Alrighty, welcome back to the stream, and welcome back to more Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Now, I realized yesterday I said that I wasn't going to play Pathfinder today, and then I changed my mind, because I really wanted to hit Lich as soon as possible, and if I play today, if I play tomorrow, and then I play Sunday, that'll get me well within range of hitting Chapter 3. Like today, I should be able to hit Leper's Smile at minimum. And then tomorrow, I should at the very least be able to reach Dresden's gates, and then Dresden itself will be a while. If I'm lucky today, I'll be able to hit the chapel. Lost Chapel. So, we'll get started in just a moment. Ignore this, I was doing some testing stuff in the early morning. Hello, 3D Gaming 32, how you doing? Also, before we get started, I want to just point out something really funny. If you go to the credits here, it's actually got like a very in-depth credit sheet. Like you can even search for specific people. For example, if I want to search up Carnage, search, there he is. He created The Last Gift of a Brilliant Mind, and also he voiced the player male Optimist. And I'm doing pretty good as well. I got a little bit of a it's not a huge headache, just like a little bit of the old head problem, just because I was up very late. Well, not that late. Later than usual, but not that late. Just trying to fix the YouTube VODs because they're completely broken for whatever reason. They're working now, so that's all set. But yeah, that was a headache on multiple levels. So this is the only credits thing I've ever seen that has the ability to actually search for names on here. But also, fun fact, Kaylessa's NPC creator thing here, and I didn't realize it, I should have probably. Krennic is also an NPC that somebody put in. So you got people who made the different quests, from Cold Waters, Dark Waves, Dusk of Dragons, Dawn of Dragons, and Refuge from the Present, made these quest lines. Yes, you can, in fact. So, for example, if I go to AyotoCorp. There I am right there, gold tier. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, not that. How about just regular Sven? Xander Svensson. Sven Red, Rightgill, Sven Fex, Sven Reek. Oh, there you are. Look at that. Yeah, so this it's just a neat little thing. It's the only game where I've seen a credits thing that actually has a search bar that you can look through. Also, it tells you who the different NPC portraits are. So I figured Wilser and Hyler were somebody, but I didn't realize Hullrun was also somebody. They've got the familiar creators here, which is why there's a Pipe Fox in the game. So thank you, Temni, for creating the Pipe Fox. Yeah, well, look, like I said before, I called Lich way before. I was doing Lich. I said I was going to do Lich as my first real playthrough months ago. So everyone else can get on my train. I'm not getting on anyone else's bandwagon. The only thing I have seen is it's probably because in the preview video where they're talking about creating the mythic paths, they mentioned that Lich was like one of the first ones they came up with as a cool mythic path to create for the characters. That and Angel. Arilu, let's find out in a second. But also just really quick, like you got Monument Creators. Not sure what these ones are. In-game items. So Eridan's Wrath, the Signet of House Vespertilio, Triceratops Statuette, the Had a Heartening Song, Prismatic Ring. So a bunch of these stuff are just people who paid for the tier to get stuff. Yeah, it's really cool. Alright, this is gold tier, silver tier Owlcat. So the one thing you can't do, unfortunately, is search by character thing here. Like, there's Best Arilu Fangirl all the way over there at the end of the thing, but you can't search for who voiced Arilu specifically. You can only search for their actual names. So that's probably like way at the end of this. QA, Tech, Infrastructure, Publishing. Maybe here. Artist. Okay, hold on. Let me just look up where Ko is. There we go. So cast. Arilu is Mary O'Brady. Nuticula is Erica Schroeder. Baphomet is Christian Sanford. Terendalev is Haven Burton. Like, you got all these things. Wayne Grayson, Suture, minion of Darazend. Nulkinith. Oh, yeah, that's right. Nulkinith did have a voice, didn't he? You got your various characters. Iomde, Irabeth, Hullrun. Wayne Grayson's there as well. Queen Galfrey, Ember, Finian, Nino. Oh, they outsourced a couple people too. So Mongrel Male, Hebzamra's here as well. I guess this is, yeah, this is in-house, or technically in-house voice, and this is when they outsourced to this group. Octavia? Okay, cool. So she's moved up from plucky... what is she? She's a wizard? Plucky wizard to plucky queen of Mendeth. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of show that off because, like, nobody ever goes to the credits. They just kind of show up at the end, but I was just poking around there for whatever reason, and it's cool. Anyway, I got to load up a regular game. This is... I've got 2 versions of Talon here. I don't need either one of those. Yep. Toy box is currently installed. So I cheated myself back up to where I couldn't be, or where I'm supposed to be in terms of cash. So I've got plenty of money to go around now. And by plenty of money, I mean about 30 grand. Check out that cash. I will, again, make a solemn vow. Toy box is there. It's currently installed. I will not be using this for anything beyond money when I'm doing custom characters. How do I set achievements on? Ah, there it is. Allow achievements while using mods. There we go. I honestly don't know what's in most of this. Strategy hates Godfrey with the passion of 1,000 burning suns. Yeah, well, she doesn't do a very good job, does she? Field of view? I mean, I can see that. I don't have too much of a problem with it, personally. Search and pick. Quest editor. This will not be getting used. Hopefully. Save. Give it a minute. Okay, it's going to go into the commander's tent to hopefully unload this area. That's not good. Yeah, it's thinking real hard right now. Anyway, while it's doing that, we have some mythic powers to pick up. So, mythic hero. Currently, we're going to have available for us Aeon, Angel, Azata, Trickster. I don't think we have Demon available. And we're going to get Lich later on, which I am super excited for. Anyway, first ascension. I want probably Dance Macabre. Mythic characters that draw their power from death can channel negative energy to deal damage to living creatures or heal undead creatures. Channeling energy causes a burst that either heals all undead creatures or damages all living creatures in a 30-foot radius centered on the mythic character. So that can rank these characters gain an even greater mastery of negative level. Their insight into the flows of negative energy also give them an advantage in combat against enemies that have an affinity to negative energy, such as the undead or Nabasu. Characters become immune to negative levels and gain a +4 bonus on saving throws against death effects. That's handy. Summon Spectre, negative energy insight. So I just get the ability to channel energy, I guess? Yeah, well... Maybe there's a mythic path where you replace her as ruler of Mendev. Anyway, we're going for Dance Macabre. Because of course we are. And for this, we're getting Enduring Spells. Normally, I would be going for magic nullification, because that's the most useful ability in the game defensively, but I'll also take this option, as this will give me access to unlimited mutagens. Like, check this out, ready? Okay, I guess it needs to last longer, or it doesn't work. I don't actually know. Anyway, my other spells will get buffed soon enough, so that'll work. I'm good with that as well. That should have lasted longer. Yeah, okay, so 1 hour plus. And when I hit 7, it'll do it, which is not too far away. Alright, onwards.
Move aside.
Move aside. Right. So, plan for today is at the very least hitting... Oh, God, before I forget. Got some characters to equip. Oh, hey. Message for the commander. A knight in simple armor lowers his voice. I'm the Queen's bodyguard. She sent me to tell you she's arrived at Camp Incognito as planned. You can find her where the minor knightly orders are camped. Come if you wish to speak with her. I'll tell Her Majesty I will come at once. Hey, convenient. Alright, so I actually want to talk to you. Give me one of those. There we go. And now for you. You are getting some inventory on you. That's a two-handed weapon. What I actually wanted to get was... Wait, did I sell it to Woljif? I think I sold it to Woljif. Show me what you can get. Did I sell you the... Claw just got did. Okay. In that case, yeah, just take that. You are gonna take this cold iron falchion. I go here. You are gonna get the claw of Jiska and this cold iron masterwork dagger in your offhand, and then I'll give you just this bow here.
Follow me, or don't.
Or don't. Everyone's got some phantasmal putrefaction on them, so it might as well sit in camp for a day. Anyway, first things first. Let's see, Restoration Lesser, Potion Invisibility, Displacement. I don't have Vanish, do I? I guess I'll just keep making Bull Strength.
Smells good. What is it?
I accidentally threw a moldy log on the fire.
Fair enough. Okay, now that should have gotten everyone. Nope, still got wisdom damage. It's permanent. I think. -2. -1. -2. -2. Alright, another 2 days on the camp. Can't cast any more shields of haste. Okay. How about Vanish? Give me one of those, and I'll use that to learn the spell. Would you look at that? I made it through another day without being killed or eaten, and without looking any more decrepit than I did yesterday. Not too shabby for a mongrel. Oh, there we go. Okay, I guess Demon is available. The commander becomes host to an anomalous force, and his dreams are filled with strange visions. He feels the space around him distort, and his sensory organs are flooded by false images, bred by distortions of light and air. Reality itself tries to expel the commander into some dark tunnel. At the other end, a grim figure awaits. His body resists this crude attempt to wrench it from reality, but the unknown force finds a tangle in the commander's soul, one made of demonic rage and destructive desire. The stranger grabs at it and pulls like a hunter reeling in a harpoon. Troubled by the sudden intrusion, the dark and ominous force deep in the commander's soul answers with a menacing growl. The commander stares intently at the ghostly figure. The darkness conceals the stranger's appearance. Staring at the dark figure, the commander feels himself involuntarily leaning toward it. The attraction increases. What's going on? However, the commander has never encountered anything like it before. He unleashes the dark and unbridled part of his soul. With a triumphant and savage howl, it breaks free and fills the commander's thoughts and senses. Its rage, like a burning spear, streaks along the dark tunnel to the one who dared trouble the commander. A heart-rending scream filled with pain and animal fear strikes your ears. The moment passes and the attraction fades. The enemy has withdrawn back to the shadows. The apparition recedes, leaving the commander wondering whether it was reality or a nightmare. Alright, one more. Oh, actually, before I do that. Also, I wasn't expecting to get that. Oh, do you not learn? Do you not learn it? Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Where's those? Yeah, okay, you know what? Let's copy the spell book. Oops, the fuck? Who's calling me? Probably nothing. Realistically. Let's just double check all these spells. Ah, that's Scroll of Remove Disease. Let me grab that. It's hard to bomb admixture. Completely useless, but I have it now. Camera, can I learn things from these potions? I don't remember offhand. No. Oh, that's good. I probably should turn that setting on. Now, I gotta take one more quick nap in here. Burning Hands, Stunning Barrier, Scroll of Shield, Magic Missile, Web, Scorching Ray, Mirror Image. Not enough reagents for Bull Strength. How about Invisibility? Haste requires the same reagents.
You feel sorry for the cultists. What about the demons? Do you pity them as much as their victims?
How can you not feel sorry for anyone? Is there anyone in this world who isn't suffering?
Alrighty. So now that that's dealt with, everyone should be... Yes, everyone's set. Good. Alright, I will head over to the Queen first to deal with her, and then we're going to head over to Martyr Zacharias' graveyard with Socio to go say hi to what's going on over there. And hey, look, the Queen's here this time. Yeah! Queen Godfrey nods to you cordially. Her armor is plain and unadorned. As promised, I entered the ranks incognito, along with a few bodyguards. I have introduced myself as Catrain, an old friend of yours. I am a knight of a minor order, the Green Crows. We shall see how long it takes Nevia to sniff me out. Why did you decide to join the crusade after all? Because I have a curious mind, and I'm quite unable to sit and do nothing for long. The Queen smiles, but then grows serious. You ask a difficult question. I must remain as safe as possible. My death or abduction would sow chaos among our forces. However, I'm not only a queen, I'm also a paladin of Iomedae. It is not in my nature to sit in a palace with my sword sheathed. In a matter of speaking, your request was simply a convenient excuse for me to be where I belong, crusading against demon hordes. Besides, I'm curious to see my new commander in action. I have a question for you as well. Why did you wish me to join your crusade? Your presence... I'm glad to have the glorious Crusader Queen at my side. That's a fair enough motive. The camaraderie of combat fighting shoulder to shoulder. For a warrior, such things are priceless. I must ask you a personal question. I've learned so much about Queen Galfrey from chronicles and legends, but what about the other Queen Galfrey, the one that the historians and bards cannot see? The Queen smiles faintly. That Galfrey is an old woman, weighed down by a great burden, but she has not lost her passion, and she will make the feathers fly when the time comes. I look forward to working closely with you, and who knows, maybe feathers won't be the only things flying. It's good that you're still so full of life despite your advanced age. Galfrey arches her eyebrow. It seems my knight commander is not above resorting to clumsy innuendo. Do you really think that you're the first person to attempt to charm me with such words? You're not. If you want to impress me, you'll need to do better than that. How does it feel living for so long, beyond all natural limits? You're over 100 years old, my queen, aren't you? Still, you sound like a prosecutor at a trial. Why allow yourself what others cannot have against all natural law? That is what I hear in your question, the queen frowns. But rulers benefit from criticism, do they not? I shall answer thus. The decision to prolong my life was not mine. It was the decision of the Church of Iomedae. The Sun Orchid elixirs had been paid for by the Church. The priests determined that I was needed in these dark times, both as a ruler and chosen paladin of Iomedae. I accepted their decision, and the great responsibility it entails. Nah, that's fine. I would love to see if you could actually turn Galfrey into an undead. That would be super cool. I don't know if you can, but... like, that would be really interesting if you could do that. Why did you entrust me with Darren? The queen smiles. I saw such a wonderful opportunity to teach the Count a lesson, and just couldn't resist. Honestly, I expected you to dismiss him forthwith. The Count would have been forced to return to court a laughingstock. It would have been truly a truly sobering experience. There's nothing more disgraceful for the Mendevian nobleman than to be discharged like that. Darren Arenday. The queen shakes her head. He was such a lovely child. His mother, Lady Selena, was one of the most gracious people I have ever met. She was amiable yet decorous and truly kind. Bonds of kinship among the nobility are on the whole highly practical and only useful for forming alliances. But Countess Arenday managed to become a true member of my family. I suppose that is why I spent so much time believing her son to be a better person than he actually was. His company is a heavy burden. Still, I must admit that I am quite pleased that you decided to keep him on as a companion. There's a small chance that once he has a true taste of the Crusade life, the Count will finally cease to mock the Crusaders as cynically as he is wont to do. You've given an army and the title my command to a stranger. Why? Because for 100 years I protected my lands, trying to drive the demon horde back into the abyss. I've tried every right and rational method. The queen affords herself a brief, grim smirk. My armies have been led by the greatest generals, even Iomedae's angels. My goddess's herald created the wardstones for us. We have tasted victory more than once, but we have failed to close the world wound. As for you, do not call yourself a stranger. You're the savior of Canabras. Hundreds of his people saw the power that descended upon you and turned the demons to dust. It's the sign they've awaited for decades, a sign for all loyal hearts and followers of Iomedae. The time has come. Hope has been rekindled in the hearts of my subjects thanks to you. Hope is a priceless resource. I had no choice but to give it wings. You called it the sign they've been waiting for, but I take it you were reserving judgment? Your question seems to catch the queen off balance. A strange spark flashes in her eyes. When Eridan perished, Iomedae took over his legacy. I was among the first to serve the new goddess. I helped restore her church from the ashes left by the chaos after Eridan's death. Since then, I've served the Inheritor loyally and truthfully. I like to believe that I have earned the blessing of my goddess. The Queen's voice is surprisingly ardent. After I learned of what happened in Canabris when I met you at the Defender's Heart, I had so many questions. Is it true that what happened was Iomede's work? Why did she give this power to someone unknown, rather one of her most loyal followers? Could it be that my faith has grown weak, and I don't recognize the deeds of my goddess even when they're happening right in front of me? Is the goddess somehow testing me? Those doubts were like poison. But I refuse to let them poison me, the Queen finishes strongly. I gave you an army, declared you Knight Commander, and accepted you as I would anyone chosen by the goddess. Yeah, it seems like a lot of fun if you could just bring her along with you and just troll her the whole time. That seems like a trickster route thing, though. I need more soldiers to take to Dresden. All the forces I could afford to spare are either in your army already or on their way here. We could call up volunteers, but if your headquarters sends out letters and appeals in the Queen's name, everyone will know that I came with you. The demons will not miss such an opportunity. Their hordes will advance and overwhelm us. No, that is not an option. Talk to Irabeth. Let her handle volunteer recruitment, and my name will remain hidden, much like my participation in the crusade. I have to go now. Don't forget, here I am Katrain the Knight.
Make way.
Let's go talk to Irabeth for a second, then. Commander, allow me to say something. Irabeth looks even more serious than usual. Before you, this wasn't a war. It was agony drawn out over decades. No one believed in victory anymore. When the demons attacked the cities, for some it was a relief. At least the end had come. They laid down their weapons and surrendered without a fight. I felt the same thing, but I somehow got through on stubbornness and the vague hope that if nobody found Genevia's body, she might by some miracle have survived. And that miracle was you. You returned my beloved to me, when I nearly lost all hope of seeing her alive again. Then you went on a suicide mission to the Great Garrison and won the city back for us. You turned a defeat into a victory. I know it wasn't easy, but you make everything seem so effortless. You do everything just like that, she says with a snap of her fingers. The Queen believes you are in your powers too, but for me, they're just more proof of what I felt the day when I saw Nevia alive, standing next to you. You're the miracle we've been waiting for. You're the one who will finally put an end to this terrible war, and in spite of everything, deliver us the victory we so desperately need. With you, I'm sure this crusade will achieve what the others cannot. I found your scabbard in the Great Garrison. Irabeth looks down. This scabbard held the solemn hour, my family sword. Oh yeah, it's true. Player character with severe amounts of meta knowledge about this campaign, this game in specific, and the game mechanics in general. Like, honestly, Trickster is like... Trickster would probably be... Trickster feels like the actual player character Mythic Path. Just... Look, I know you're Trickster, but like, what if we just like fuck with everybody? Or, yeah, no, I don't trust you one bit. I already know what your deal is. I'm gonna pretend to be Baphomet, a Baphomet worshiper. So if you want to join up, you gotta set up the bombs. I want to summon that old angry wizard again. Imagine if that wizard is just the storyteller as a younger self. Like he just comes in. He doesn't remember any of it because it's so traumatic. Hello, loot boxes. How are you doing today? Alright, my father once fought with it, and I took it when I left home to become a paladin. Alas, it was not stolen. I parted with my heirloom willingly to help someone dear to me. Anevia needed expensive healing, and, having no other way to procure the money, I pawned my father's sword. I think he would have understood. I'm sure he would have given up everything to help the family. I hoped to redeem the solemn hour eventually, but there was never enough money, and soon the sword disappeared from the pawn shop altogether. I have no idea who took it. Seems I'll have to part with my father's sword forever. Is Nevia sick? You'll forgive me if I don't go into detail. It's a private matter. Suffice to say, everything is fine now. The treatment was costly, but it was worth it. It's foolish to part with your weapon in the middle of a war. Perhaps I acted rashly, but I had no other option. Irith lovingly traces the name imprinted in silver on the scabbard's leather. My parents were loyal servants, yet it wasn't enough to earn them the title or coat of arms. Still, however humble our name might be, it is worth something. I don't know if I'll ever see the solemn hour again, but at least I have its scabbard back. Thank you. Okay, that was weird. The mic just... Okay, so here's what's going on. Because I have that extension thing plugged into my Twitch, I have this program running in the background which just for some reason restarted itself and cut off the mic entirely, so... I don't know how much of that just got cut out for whatever reason. Glad I have the mixer up so I can actually see that the mic just died for whatever reason there. And yeah, Skeleton Merchant! Skeleton Merchant! I want to know what's up with that. I won't be able to get him until next act, but he's there. I'll be able to run into him plenty of times and just release him from his bondage or whatever. Let's see, parents are loyal, still however humble our name might be. It is worth something. I don't know if I'll see the Salamander again, but at least I have its scabbard back. Thank you. Alright, we need reinforcements. Can you get us more soldiers? Erebeth frowns. When we began the march on Dresden, we chose speed over numbers. If I order more volunteers to be recruited, they simply won't arrive in time. You could pay mages to deliver the troops to the camp, except I doubt that our army's coffers could afford it. If you can spare 7,500 gold coins, I will see to our reinforcements. You have your orders. Consider it done. So it turns out that the Queen had counterintelligence watching me. I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she wouldn't have put you in charge of this army. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as a commander. As for counterintelligence, Nevi and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. But you're not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. I have to go. Alright, that takes care of that. Now let's go take a quick, brief talk over here to Nora Dendawar. There she is. So, Nora is a funny little egg. Incredibly untrustworthy. Oh man, Gallifrey as a Grave Knight would be so cool! I just want to resurrect everybody as an undead. Really, that would be so cool. Yeah, well, that's fair, you know? You probably heard about the wound I have. Can you tell... Yeah, Knight Commander, how can I help? There's much I can do. Just ask. Nora looks at you with eyes filled with enthusiasm. She's holding a notebook and a traveler's inkwell. I mean, she's kind of the same, if you think about it. So, Nora's a funny little egg. She's highly untrustworthy. That will become evident much later on. Assuming you actually do call her up on it. But... my party in Wrath of the Righteous immediately had zero trust for her. Because Nura is one of 3 NPCs that joins your party as part of the Queen's entourage when you first take over the army. Social's one, Nura is one, and then another character who's not present at the moment, but does show up as like a minor just named NPC sort of Easter egg, which was Aaron Kier, also shows up. Social is a priest. He just takes care of the clerical stuff around. Cleric stuff, not clerical. Nura is historian. She's there to provide status information and stuff about Dresden. And Aaron is an engineer. He's tasked with maintaining the siege weaponry and stuff. Social and Aaron have their own side story thing going on. Nura is there as a traitor in the army. The army does have a morale mechanic, much like in this game, but in normal Pathfinder, it's a little different because it actually modifies how your attacks work and how fast you can move and all that sort of stuff. So she'll actually actively act against your party and the army by reducing morale, causing the army to not heal as quickly, not move as quickly, use more resources, that sort of thing. If you manage to catch her out in a lie, then you can either revert it or convert her to your side, you know, turn her to the side of good. But my party immediately didn't trust her. So what happened was, they show up, they immediately go, I don't trust that fucking halfling, and stick a unseen servant on her just to follow her around. The unseen servant had a little thing, which it would trigger immediately if she did anything suspicious at any point in time. And so then they would immediately swoop in and just kill her, just straight off the bat. So they do that, and then they sort of forget about that. And I have Nura doing things on the sly and the offhand, just like sleight of hand dropping things into soup, or sending missives with magic that the thing wouldn't pick up. Just that kind of stuff. Like small trader actions that wouldn't really be picked up, generally speaking. So it comes to later, and they find one of the characters unlocked, I want to say True Sight, or some kind of ability very similar to it, where they had the ability to see invisible things, and they were using it to like peer around the camp and keep an eye on like various creatures that might be lurking in the camp in case there's invisible demons. So what happened is they walk around and they see Nura walking around camp being followed by an invisible cloud, an invisible strange shape that's sort of hovering over her shoulder and watching every action she takes. Immediately go, that's a demon, we gotta kill it. So they kill the unseen servant, which triggers the other half of the party who was not there at the same time as them to go, oh fuck, Nura did something, we gotta go kill her right now. So they immediately rush over and just execute her on the spot. Just completely forgetting that the unseen servant was there to begin with, and that they put it there. So, they later searched her stuff and said, oh yeah, no, she was totally working with the demons. Yeah, we accidentally executed a demon worshiper. Sick. But it was just such a bizarre confluence of events where they completely forgot about this thing, and then it just came back to somehow bite not them in the ass. It was a strange, strange event. And it will always stick out of my mind as just like the characters being so paranoid that they're accidentally correct. Anyway, I don't need to talk to you at the moment. I only came in there to talk about that story, really. Alright, back to what I was actually doing again.
How much longer, I wonder?
How much longer? Alright, we're heading out. I am gonna take... Let's take these two. Just have a little trek. Social's coming with. Sila's coming with. And... how about Camellia? Yeah, both coming with. Because, let's see, let's see. Yeah, you are set up. You have your Abrupt Force Scimitar. I'll just level these two up real quick. No, on that BAB you probably wouldn't hit anyway, so I'll take double slice for more damage. Alright, and for this, how about... Leading Strike. Enemy makes cracks. Every time you hit a target with melee attack, you leave a mark on it. An ally attacking gets damage added. Every turn, as long as you make one melee attack, you gain a stacking +2 bonus to damage rolls. Let's do that. It's a character with a lot of attacks. Or actually... Leading Strike. Strikes make cracks in the enemy's existence. Mythical Beast. Animal Companion is just as mythic as you. That actually might be good. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's see. Cornigan Smash. Power attack, get a free Intimidate. Actually, no, that doesn't work as well here, does it? Because that's not Dazzling Display. Weapon spec. Scimitars. For this, Unrelenting Assault I think will probably be good. Just attack every round. Social. You are a cleric, so I'm going to give you enduring spells as well, since you're a caster type. Sela, you are a paladin. Abundant Smite gives more smite evils, which, How about... I think Sela should actually probably get magic nullification as a paladin. And you, Camellia. You're going to be doing buff spells on yourself, so might as well grab enduring spells as well. Alrighty, let's go, shall we? Mata Zacharias. An elderly man limps toward a grave and clumsily throws a handful of soil inside.
How unfair. They're all so young. They have their whole lives ahead of them. They sacrifice themselves and an old cripple like me still lives.
An elven woman, with her face bathed in tears, steps up to the grave. She whispers, "The painting, it burned like everything else in the house. There's nothing left for me to remember you by. Nothing." A young man throws a handful of soil into the open grave and stands beside it for a while, lost in thought. Finally, he sighs and steps back. Socio throws a handful of soil into the grave in front of him. He takes a breath and prepares to speak, but it seems that he simply cannot find the right words. The cleric wipes his tear-filled eyes, gathers his resolve, and says in a gentle voice, "I wish you a warm welcome in Shellen's realm. We will win this war. I swear to you. We'll banish this ugliness and evil. Make the world richer and let peace blossom in it. We'll make sure anything like this... He breaks into sobs mid-sentence, then falls silent without finishing his declaration. They're dead. What's the big deal? Social is too absorbed in his grief to hear you, but the crowd responds with a disapproving grumble. What is that? An elven woman shrieks in horror, disrupting the atmosphere of the silent mourning. Her trembling hand points at something moving inside a grave. Suddenly, a corpse climbs out of the ground, wafting a horrible stench from its rotting body. It's a zombie! Run! Fight off the undead. Alright, time to kill some undead. Oh, zombie lords, okay. With a heavy heart, Socio looks at the corpses of his friends, returned to rest by his own hand. What is this twisted mockery? Who could possibly... Wait, what's this? He bends down and recovers something from the ground. Take a look at this. Socio hands off a black onyx gem to you. Once precious, the stone is now covered in cracks, falling apart in your grip as you examine the engraved Minotaur's head, the unholy symbol of Baphomet. The cleric's voice, perplexed at first, fills with rage as he speaks. Cultists! Simply murdering my friends was not enough for them. No, they had to come in to the funeral and desecrate their graves. So, for context there, the ritual for creating undead involves using a black onyx gemstone as a material component, which is sacrificed at the end of the casting in order to resurrect the dead. Looks like some townspeople are only feigning their grief. These demon worshippers are everywhere. Now I understand why the Inquisitor of Canabras became so paranoid. Wait, the townspeople fled the undead without knowing they have a traitor among them. Whoever they are, they're in great danger. We must find them! Sounds like a plan, man. Oh, wait, can you? No, you can't. It's too small.
Follow me! Or don't.
Okay, we got some regular old skimmies over there. The horse is picking up equipment for me. Thank you, horse. That's the exit. Alright, I'm going to really quickly have Sela just get on her horse. What do we got over here? Please, somebody open the door.
I am helpful, am I not?
The half-rotten corpse of a woman shambles out of the crypt. She leers at you with her empty eye sockets and croaks out a few words. Thank the gods and thank you too. I knew this was going to happen someday. They buried me alive. Who are you? Baroness Ninel Bullard at your service. The dead woman bobs a clumsy curtsy, her legs barely supporting her. My estate is not too far from here. Let me assure you that all of you are always welcome there, assuming you're properly attired. I hate to break to you, but you're actually dead. Oh, you're lucky we were passing by and heard you. You're free to go home now. What an extraordinarily lucky turn of events. I dare say you saved my life. I should become more than happy to welcome you at my estate anytime. Do visit a proper tailor first, though, dear. I hope I'll be able to find a decent carriage around here. The dead woman limps away. Away she goes. Nice and slow. We shouldn't just let her wander off like that. The world of the living is not a suitable place for the undead, and I'm afraid she won't be happy when she finds out what really happened to her. That's fine.
Move aside.
I'm sure it'll be fine. If we're lucky, it might actually open up a new quest or something. Now, really quickly before I forget, hold on.
What's on your mind?
Just slap one or two of these on here, would you?
Make way.
Nice and easy. Oh, I can barely catch my breath. You're welcome. Oh, that's a lot of undead. That's a lot of undead. You guys want to attack things?
I'll cut you wide open. You're done for.
Begone, fiend! You are beyond redemption!
There we go. Give me that. Hey, there's an undead that flew all the way over here somehow. Oh god, see what's floating on air. Oh no.
We will win this war.
There we go. Yeah, our character's doing pretty good, honestly. Probably because of this unrelenting assault ability. I don't think I gave her crit, right? No, dazzling display, cleave, power attack. Okay, so let's just chuck a few potions here real quick. Can you use these? Oh, you can. You can probably use them because people are in the party that can use them. That's why. No? No. There we go. The horse and the Smellodon could also use some help. There we go. Everyone's feeling nice and happy. So I could skip the fight and go this way. Or I could try doing this fight that's over
How
here.
much longer, I wonder?
Oh, that's a interesting tack, yeah.
We will be victorious.
This will leave a bruise.
Oh, jeez. These archers are fucking strong. Wow.
Don't worry about me.
I can still fight. I've failed.
Okay, those archers are really strong, actually. Let's not do that one. Like, those archers are doing a lot of damage. Let's take the second option.
Side.
Ha! A trivial task.
A trivial task indeed. Ha.
I am helpful, am I not?
Sure.
Impossible! Ugh, what a failure.
Really? Really? 2 and a 1.
That was easy.
Now everyone's fatigued. Don't you dare get away from them! Oh my god, did you just run in there? Okay, he just ran in there. Who are you? What do you want? Trying to kill the undead, clearly. All you have to do is die in the name of Baphomet. Have faith, you can do it.
We won't fall here. I swear
Split
it.
you in half.
I can fight.
There we go. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, Social's not a great spot there. There we go. Easy peasy. Quote unquote easy. I surrender. I stop. Don't hit me. The young man in the black robes throws up his hands in a dramatic gesture. You damned rat. How dare you? Suddenly, Sosu becomes a totally different person. The artist's delicate hands clench into fists, while his voice comes out as a menacing roar. He leaps at the necromancer and breaks his nose with a single blow. You scumbag, I remember you. You came to our temple begging for healing just a month ago. We fed you. We shared our table with you and took you in. I don't even know what I'm going to do with you. Stop, I surrender. Social ignores the necromancer's cries of pain, punching him right in the teeth. The necromancer spits blood but continues, fighting past the wild blows to his increasingly bruised and busted face. You're a priest of Shellin. I surrendered until you had to spare my life. Your goddess demands it. Do you two know each other? Now, what's this? Let's see. Which one do I choose? Master of Maneuver. Okay, weakening trap, explosive trap, ice bomb, or stone throw. I honestly don't understand how the traps work. So I feel like probably ice bomb or stone throw might be a better pick. Stone throw was kind of weak when I tried it though, so maybe ice bomb. Like if the traps work, then great. But I have no idea how they actually work. Like I've tried using them a couple times, I just don't get it. Do you two know each other? We do. That's Nardi, a tailor's apprentice from Canabras. We healed him after he was mauled by a dog, then he became a frequent visitor to our temple. Started listening attentively to our sermons, studied the goddess's teachings, and praised our art. Social grits his teeth. Were you lying to our faces the whole time? When we took you in, when you sat at our table? When we broke bread with you? Were you planning to stab us in the back even then? The whole time. Now you understand part of it. Let's dig into the rest. The cultist curves his bloody lips into an evil sneer. I was hoping to lure you to our side. It wouldn't have been hard. We're everywhere, even inside you. I think you know it too. You're not like all those pious devotees. You pretend to be, and maybe even fooled yourself. But we'll see who you really are. You have that same demonic rage inside you. It's a pity I never had time to kindle it into a devouring flame, but sometimes you have to resort to a backup plan. Having you die at the hands of your dead friends was such a good idea. It's a pity it didn't work. Shut up! Social swings his fist, but stops it in midair. His clenched fist trembles as he stares at the cultist with an expression of pure hatred. You want to kill me, right? Don't you? But you can't. You're a good boy, Socio. So loyal to your goddess. You'll have to let me go or commit a sin. So I win either way. Witness the genius of our Lord Baphomet. Ha ha! Is he telling the truth? Your religion doesn't allow you to kill him? Yes, the Eternal Rose is known for her grace. She teaches us to show mercy to anyone who asks for it. It's one thing to slay an enemy in battle, but a captive, you must try to save their soul. To show them the beauty of the world. Persuade them to abandon the path of evil. It's difficult, but the world is better for it. Just repeating your own sermons back to you. Come on, so try to make me repent for my sins. Perhaps your kind words will make me abandon Baphomet's teachings. Run to Shelling for redemption and start knitting some masterpieces of my own. Do you really believe that even this scum deserves a chance at redemption? I don't know. May Shelling forgive me, but I have never had to struggle with this burden before. He looks at the cultist with visible disgust. I had no time to try healing the souls of villains. I was always preoccupied with healing the bodies of those hurt with him. The cleric looks up to the sky. Forgive me, Eternal Rose. You teach us to be merciful to our enemies and love them, but I am too weak, I'm afraid. Grant me absolution from this sin, for this kind of love is beyond me. Don't listen to him. Hit him some more! Socio looks at his bloodied hands in horror and pushes the battered cultist away. No, I'm human, not a demon. I must not succumb to this blind rage. Absolutely no idea there was so much rage in me. It's a shame. It's a disgrace. But I admit that I enjoy beating him. Forgive me for letting you see me like this. It never should have happened. Socio wipes the necromancer's blood off his knuckles and steps away from him. You're the commander and he's your captive. It's up to you to decide his fate. Surrender. Here, take everything I got. Just don't kill me. What do you think I should do to him? The Socio stares at the cultist, then through clenched teeth utters, I have no right to decide whether he should live or die. You're in charge here. Then I condemn him to death. His sentence will be carried out immediately. No, please, listen, Knight. You silence the necromancer forever with a single well-aimed blow. Socio bows his head. May the goddess forgive him, for I will not. He looks at you. Thank you for taking this sin upon yourself. That's fine. I'll just resurrect him later. Maybe I should have kept him alive to get some tools out of him or something. Socio examines the devastated graveyard, then diverts his attention to the terrified townspeople. It's all right. You're safe now. We should bury the bodies again. This is a place of peace, and we must not leave it desecrated like this. The townsfolk are clearly terrified of even looking at the fallen undead, but Socio's soft words reassure them. As they work together, the graveyard soon regains its tranquil appearance. After a prayer, Socio bows his head before the graves of his friends for the last time. May the Eternal Rose grant them peace at last. Let's be on our way. We have many more innocents to protect from the horrors of this war. I like how,
I hate the voice of the spirits.
Hold on, is there a remove blindness? There it is. Cannot rest here.
Make way.
I like how it's a place of rest where the dead can finally live in, or rest easy, knowing that their life has been completed. And it's Martyr Zacharias' graveyard. Alright, so now... Alright, we're gonna head back to camp real quick. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that.
How much longer, I wonder?
Alright, so I've taken two of the characters out for a spin. Let's see, just as a thought here. Gwen is pretty decent overall. Has a decent AC because of the heavy shield, and the scimitar actually does quite a bit. Yeah, the Zacharias. Martyr Zacharias got a graveyard named after him. It's a good deal, isn't it? Drago, I think Drago will probably be better. First, I need to get some more armor on him. Like, he's just got the stud leather armor. And I think it'd be better if, or when, I should say. Yeah, right? I love the irony there. Anyway, I think he'd probably be better first when fighting demons. Yeah, that's true. I do get to keep you as a lich. I think he'd probably be pretty good once I hit the next mythic rank, because then he'll be able to get the better 2-weapon fighting. And I'll have to see about getting some more armor, because he's completely not dex reliant at all. Anyway, that's going to take a minute to sort of power that build up. The other one's decent as is. Could use a little bit more finagling. Also, he's blind. I've got to fix that at some point in the future as well. Let's take a quick nap. Listen, Emperor, I respect your passion for making the world a better place, but some of your ideas are too radical, particularly the way you try to turn people away from worshipping the good deities. I simply say what is true. Are you upset that people are listening to me? Please, don't be upset. Alright, that takes care of that bit. So next up is... First, I'm going to head over to the quartermaster to drop off a couple items I don't need, ever. Well, sir, how about this? Show me what you got. Bulk selling. Take that as well. Give me that back. Deal. Now, while I'm here, also, do you have... It still sells camping supplies. They have not removed that from the game yet. For whatever reason. I guess he doesn't sell it. I thought he sold... I could have sworn that he sold, the higher level... The higher level, what's what I'm trying to say? I could have sworn that he also sold the higher level bag of holding, but I guess not. Oh, no, he's still blind. Okay, so let's take you two out for now. Gotta bring Sela along. Let's take Lan, Ember, and... Nenyo. And we're gonna deal with the Houndheart thing next. Alright, so, first off, Lan. Wait, which part of Ron Burgundy? Because I don't remember a blind section in that specifically. I can't hear you, I'm blind. Alright, yeah, that's good. Let's see, you're getting 3rd level spells, so how about... Fireball and Heroism. Because those are good spells to have. And finally, you get Enduring spells as well. Really quick, since I forgot. More accurately, since you didn't have these spells beforehand. Displacement there. 2 haste, Fireball. And over here, we can grab a... Mirror image. How about a... Create Pit, Scorching Ray. Oh, that's an abjuration. I can't cast that. Two webs. Let's see, this can be... That might be good. Embers that. Okay. Onwards. Someone on the road. Oh yes, this part. Magical anomalies are common in the world of Galarian. So common that the use of the word anomaly itself is questionable. A regular city dweller will encounter a chaotic manifestation of supernatural power at least once in their lifetime. One might naturally assume that the strange sky, the ghostly fire from rifts in the ground, the rain of eyeballs, all that the world wound is known for, should find some purchase in the mortal mind. But even the most worldly of travelers feels uneasy at its borders. Why? Perhaps instinctively they understand that this place is not merely a magical wasteland, but a wound, an ulcer, through which the world itself bleeds into the abyss. The commander and his army walk up the high bank of the West Selen River, where it draws near the border of the world wound. The soldiers' feet halt unbidden. On the other bank rises a series of cliffs, too regular in shape to have been formed by wind or water. The sky hangs over their sharp edges and sickening bends, the shade of mercury on the horizon, rising to dirty rust. As it arches above the soldiers' heads, it regains its familiar azure hue. The soldiers whisper and grumble. The commander feels eyes upon his back. Somewhere among them, wearing simple armor and unrecognized by anyone, the ruler of Mendev is standing and watching the new commander closely. The commander gives the signal to wait and climbs to the highest point along the bank. There he decides to look around. There is strange movement in the sky. Black clouds twist into funnels and turn to sickly yellow. The brooding storm is on this side of the river, ahead of the army. Avoiding the strange phenomenon will hardly be possible. The commander decides to address the soldiers and boost their morale. Establishing rapport with his troops is yet another battle that the leader must face. Through the subtle alchemy of words, one can win trust and raise morale, or lose face and authority. Addressing the army in the border of the world wound, the commander seeks to establish himself as a military leader on this new battleground. And his efforts prove fruitful. The soldiers listen dutifully, smiles appearing on their faces. Someone in the ranks jokes that the demons are growing tired of waiting for them. The army keeps moving. Lines of soldiers step warily beneath the shroud of low black clouds. It's like the world wound has reached out a finger into the lands of Mendev. The gesture seems eerily harmless. But then the clouds come to life, shooting out howling tornadoes one after another. The tornadoes come from all sides, from ahead, behind, and right above the soldiers' heads. The power of the elements is on one side of the scales, the soldiers' faith and inspiration on the other. It's plain to see which is greater. The determined army runs the gauntlet of tornadoes. The struggle lasts over half an hour, but the army's only losses are a few bags of supplies and a dozen hats whipped off into the sky. After stopping to catch their breath, the soldiers continue on. Their first encounter with the world wound has ended in their favor. Okay, now, before I head into the Houndheart Campsite for proper, let's take the army out for a spin, shall we? Currently, it's only got 100 recruits. And we've got another army here of archers, footmen, and clerics. So let's see about recruiting some extra people here. I want as many archers as I can afford. Let's go. Alright, so generals. What do we have here? I have just enough for a general. Okay, so Iron Vregward has defensive training. All units in the army have +2 AC. And attack formation. All units have in a 3x3 area gain a +2 bonus to attack. Logwig the Swordman. Spellcraft 1. +4 bonus to power per level of this feat. All units in the army gain +5 bonus to AC against ranged attacks. Almaty the Grinning Wolf. All units in the army have a +2 bonus to damage per level of this feat. Deals power, blah, 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 physical damage to the target unit. Siege ability. Defensive training, so bonus to AC. Weakening trap. Poisons the activating unit, inflicts power penalty to attack for 2 rounds. This ability is a trap. Oh. Okay, so infirmary is actually a flat number. I see. Let's go with... I'm going to go with Almaty, the Grinning Wolf. He's got offensive training, so my archer's going to do more damage. Stone Throw is a little bit of power damage. Power times power, so 420d8 physical damage to target unit. Yeah, let's go with you. So, armies in Pathfinder are a sort of odd beast. When you actually do them, effectively they're just tokens that smack into each other on, like, a battlefield map, and you just sort of roll attack and damage based on how everything works. Very similar to this. It's kind of like a weird, sort of janky, not really quite fleshed out war game kind of setup. Nice. Nice. So, yeah. Also, there's a funny thing where single units count as... Let's see. General, you defeat your first enemy and received a number of finance points. You can use the finance points to hire a general for your army. This can be done by accessing the army window in the left corner of the screen. Generals can use various spells and abilities in combat. Their capabilities grow as their level increases. Generals gain experience by winning battles at the head of their army. Each general belongs to one of three classes as indicated by Fighter next to the portrait. Fighter, Sword and Shield, focuses on boosting the strength of their troops. Ranger weakens enemy units, and Wizard utilizes a wide variety of spells in combat. Generals cannot be killed. If a general's army is defeated, after 3 days the general can be assigned to a new army. The general's attack and defense are added as a bonus to the attack and AC of all units in their army. The general's power affects the effectiveness of their abilities and spells. Initially, an army can be composed of up to 3 units, but experienced generals who have the Master of Maneuver feat can lead armies made up of a larger number of units. When the battle results in a victory, the general's infirmary brings back some of the lost units. The infirmary size is limited, and thus it prioritizes restoring units of highest value. Oh, that's good. Having defeated a band of cultists who had driven the captives from Canabras and made the ruins of Valis' gift their temporary base, the commander's army celebrates its first triumph. Unfortunately, the demon worshippers have killed all the citizens and gathered their belongings in a huge pile in the middle of the camp. Yeah, anyway, so... Like I said, the army stuff is originally just sort of 2 things mashing against each other on a battle map. There's also the weird rule where a single unit, army units are made up of 100 characters, effectively. A single unit counts as a army of their CR minus 16, I think it was. So a 16th level character is effectively equivalent to 100 dudes hanging around and could theoretically kill an entire army. Now, saying that, it's very unlikely, although I did make a couple builds which could theoretically wipe out an entire army solo. So, just... My favorite one is probably the dumb swordman samurai build I created. Hey, Conundrum Unsolved. Nightingale Grove. I want to say that's a reagent location. Okay, army has no more movement. So, Houndheart's camp. Let's go. Yeah, I do appreciate what they did with the new army stuff in this one, where it's actually playing a video game. It's playing Heroes of Might and Magic, effectively. Which, again, I found out that a bunch of the people who founded Owlcat actually worked on Heroes of Might and Magic 5. So, that's pretty fitting, really. But it works better, I think, in that sense, as opposed to just having armies that are just big and then you just smack into each other and having to do all this annoying little finicky stuff. There's a bunch of weird army control stuff in the game, but like a lot of it's just kind of annoying and not really worth dealing with. Ah, we're finally here. Ellen and Curl must be around here somewhere, and Jana too. They gave her permission to leave. Oh, there they are. Sup? Greetings, Seela. Greetings to you, Knight Commander. Sir Ellen puts his hands behind his back and bows slightly. Then he casts an inquisitive glance at you. He seems less friendly than he was the day you met at the Defender's Heart. Jana puts her hands on her hips. She looks even more dashing than usual. Ellen is feeling a little shy. He thought he asked for help from a couple nobodies like us, but now you've turned up into Savers of Canabras, Knights of the Fifth Crusade, marked by Omede's blessing. You still came to help him dig through a pile of junk. Seela frowns a little. Let's not talk about it. I assure you I'm the same Seela, your friend for the League of the Cart. And we came here to look for Ellen's ring. By the way, where's Curl? He didn't come with us. He said an old wound was acting up. Alright, my friends, since we're here, let's finish this mission quickly. I don't feel comfortable bothering the Knight Commander with my personal problems. I'm glad we're here to help you. I hope everything works out perfectly for your wedding, too. I love weddings so much. They're full of joy and new beginnings, but I haven't been to any yet. Can I come? Of course, Lady Ember. Let's hope my bride doesn't run away from the bungler who managed to lose the ring before he bought for her. But what does the ring look like, and where should we look for it? Last time I saw the ring, it was with my things in my traveler's chest. Now the camp's in total disarray. I don't know how we'll ever find it. The ring is made of a shiny silver metal with a deep blue-green jewel. You can't miss it. Master Derek is not just a jeweler, he's an artist. There's no mistaking one of his creations. Sounds delightful. I wish I possessed one of Master Derek's fine works. I've seen them from afar, worn by visitors to the Gore Mansion, but I never held one before. I was never allowed to approach important guests. Something in my eye. Okay. I'm not one for florid compliments, my lady, but I suspect the master would happily give you one of his works as a gift. He does that from time to time when he meets someone whose beauty inspires him. Thank you, sir. Camellia lowers her lashes demurely. A trinket worth several months' pay, Ellen? The rules on the surface are insane. You should give your girls fried rats like we do. You'd save yourself a lot of trouble. Is there something wrong, Ellen? Am I making you nervous? The young knight is obviously embarrassed. I apologize. Jana's right. Much has changed since we met in Canabras. Some things for the better, some not at all. He stops short, apparently unwilling to elaborate. Alright, off we go. Jana and I will look on the northern side. We'll see you when we find something, or when we give up trying.
A bright future awaits
Get on the horse.
Make way.
Can't hide
Got
from
some
me.
loot. I don't know. Like, in this case, because there's options which basically make you able to turn the entire party against you, I imagine probably not. But you never know for sure. This tent is different from the rest. There's a strong burnt smell around it and a rustling sound coming from within.
I hope you appreciate this.
How much longer, I wonder? Follow me, or don't.
Torn flag of the
Managed
Houndhearts,
it.
a small but noble order of crusaders. The grounds are trampled, and there are signs of battle everywhere. The Houndhearts were clearly attacked by demons here. No shit. We knew that already.
Move aside.
The mongrel did it.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, Divine Protector. +2 Mithril Heavy Shield grants its wielder DR5 versus magic. Alright, let's go take care of these Brimmeracks real quick.
Yet another obstacle.
I'll cut you wide open.
You guys not even going to react to that?
Make way.
Okay, sure. A small Quasit demon emerges from the chest. It looks at you angrily, screwing up its ugly little face. It's holding a shiny object in its paws, a sparkling silver ring with a large blue-green jewel. It's mine, mine! Ellen, look! Look at that creepy thing. What's it holding? I've seen one of these before. These small demons like to tease and bully, but it'll bolt if it senses any real threat. Let's surround it and attack all together before we can figure out what's happening. Mine! The Quasit throws its paws in the air and splashes you with beams of color. You hear insolent giggling. The demon is jumping up and down, throwing the ring into the air and catching it. Mine! Mine! Ellen, Jana! Sela glances at her friends, then turns to you. They're all right. They'll come around soon. Quickly, Alexander Lichtman, let's catch that little rascal before it runs off with the ring. There he is. Literally outrunning you. I'm literally outrunning you right now.
How much longer, I wonder?
Give me the ring, you scoundrel. Before Ellen manages to get to the Quasit, the halfling Curl appears right next to it, quite out of nowhere. He snatches the ring from the demon's paws. You mustn't get it. Curl, what are you... Thrusting herself between Ellen and Curl, Sela barely manages to absorb the blow aimed at the halfling. Ellen, stop! Have you gone mad? He's using a summon spell. Why did you stop? Some lovely prey just stepped into my trap. No, Ellen, Sela, help! Dad, I didn't sign up for this. Get ready, we're on our own now.
I won't let you hurt my friends. This tradition is I dedicate my body to science. I'm sorry I have to do this.
Okay, hold on, let's do this real quick.
So this is how it feels. Continue.
Alright, let's do this turn-based so I don't have to deal with this mess. Okay, I can still pause. Good.
Move aside.
So, I have to wonder, was he actually doing the trap here? Was Curl setting up a trap, or what? He says, no, you mustn't get it, which makes me think that he was actually telling, like,
Save the last
no,
one
you
for
shouldn't get
me.
this ring, or whatever. I don't know what's going on there.
I won't go
Oh,
down
Jesus
this
Christ!
easy.
Immediately killed Limp. Immediate crit sneak attack on Ember. Instantaneous. I was gonna use Ember to, like, okay, let's sleep some people, and then no, just immediately dead. Immediate, instant.
And another obstacle.
This pain is excruciating.
The Inheritor, guide
Nice.
my blade.
I'll cut you wide open.
I'll split you.
Nice.
This is not my time yet. You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Continue fighting, everyone.
I won't go down
So
Are you fucking serious? They killed my entire party in the first round. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but like it's weird because like he's doing the summon spell and then he teleports away, which makes it look like he summoned the demons, but why did he do a summon spell?
I'll cut you wide open.
You've crossed the wrong monster.
Nice miss, Land.
I dedicate my body to science.
Into the fray.
Okay, that Quasit's dead at least. Nice.
I'll split you in half.
The spirits demand your blood.
You won't survive me.
So this is how it feels.
The light take you.
This is not my time yet.
Smear them.
Endure this.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, possibly. It's just it's really hard to tell what's going on at any given time. God, this is just I can't hit any attacks. They're all rolling 7 and down. See, Camellia at one point rolled double nat 1s, I think. Dice.
It will roll.
Ouch!
Damn it.
This is not my time yet.
I think it's about the same. It's just you don't see it as
You've
easily when
crossed
it's
the
on
wrong mongrel.
turn-based, or on real-time with pause.
Into the fray.
Yes.
They all fucking saved that too. There, finally, one actually failed something. Jesus.
I'll cut you wide open.
This was
Pays so this is how it feels.
Yeah, it's just
No
they seem to also be
without
proficient in every
risk.
other save. Did you cast Grease? You have sleep.
I saw them.
Okay, at least one of them failed. Succeeded again. Oh, I got a hit in there. One of them rolled above a 10. Finally. The horse is dead. Sick.
I'll just sit here.
Great.
Don't worry about me.
Nice.
this. I dedicate my body to science. Am I doing it wrong? Surrender or else!
Seem to be proficient in every kind of save, though, is the big problem. Especially when they roll 17! Get a 17 on the natural roll. Okay, Minyo, you're gonna cast fucking haste.
Yes, what?
You don't have haste prepared.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
Nice miss.
I'll cut you wide open.
Damn it.
Come on! I mean, I don't have much AC, I know, but still, look, why are they all going for me immediately?
Take you.
Horse is immediately down as well. I didn't mean to push that. You're just gonna...
Adayana. Unimosi Travisi. Unimosi Travisi.
You are my favorite aide.
Where's that scroll of haste?
What's on your mind? I wonder.
I will help where I can.
You're a good person. I like you.
Yes.
That should do. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I don't have any more materials for Scrolls of Haste, which is annoying.
Refuse to accept their
Let's
statement.
fucking go.
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
I'll cut you wide open.
The light. Take you.
Okay, what can I cast here that would be useful, actually? How about this?
Yes.
Well, one of them failed, so that's something. Nope, succeeded.
I'll split you in half.
Nice misses.
You won't
There's one.
survive me.
The spirits demand your blood.
Into the fray.
Okay, so how about spell?
Down.
Nope, both succeeded. One's immune. Succeeded again.
Near them.
Endure this.
Horse. 131 or 313 rather.
You are today's
There's one.
sacrifice.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Yeah, I know. I'll deal with the healing afterwards, though. Because this is the last fight for this encounter, so I should be good in a minute. There's nothing in... Really? There's nothing at Chili Creek? But they're criminals. There's gotta be something there, right?
Go.
Failed. Damn it.
I don't like
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Into the pit you go.
Make every strike count.
Nice.
Go for their hearts.
Sick. Rolled a 1.
Go.
Okay, let's reduce its AC even further so people can actually hit the fucking thing. Oh, now you fail against that save.
out of my way.
You've crossed the wrong mark.
There. Nenyo is still awake. Oh, excellent.
I'll cut you wide open.
Okay, Nenyo, please get rid of this thing. Reduce your AC. Succeeded. That's fortunate, but
I'll stay here.
I'll be able to hit it at least.
You won't
Hey!
survive me.
Oh, that's what you meant. So there's... Okay. So there's nothing of real importance there. You can totally skip Chili Creek. Which is fine, since you actually wouldn't even know about it if you don't talk to Jurnom. Like, if you miss talking to him at Defender's Heart or in the camp at the very beginning, then you don't get to go there, period, do you? I mean, maybe he shows up in Chapter 3 at Dresden and just says, hey, come check out Chili Creek. Helen, what were you doing? You nearly cut down Curl. Without a second thought, without trial, without even knowing if he was responsible for all of this. He might be a victim himself. What am I doing? He lured us into a trap. Curl was the only one who knew where we were going. He knew we thought there wouldn't be anyone at the camp aside from small, harmless demons, so he had set a trap. I wouldn't be surprised if his demon masters had him targeting the commander from the start. Talk about believing in the redemption of scoundrels. Ellen scoffs. We barely know anything about what happened. Curl's a good lad. He's not a spy or a murderer. Maybe they threatened him, tricked him, or even bewitched him with demon magic. And now we'll never know because you let him escape. Better to leave a thief escape than cut down an innocent. Alan, think. Sela might be defending someone she thought was her friend, and she stopped you from doing something you might regret. Or, you're so willing to let a traitor bring demons down our heads just to keep your conscience clean? Get serious, Sela. I'm serious about this. I can't just allow you to murder someone who I consider to be a good person. Someone who could at least redeem themselves. It's a long story people miss. Then you have to Babbit to and left behind on the map. I might not have gotten that long sword as well. I probably forgot about it. Sorry to hear that, sister. Don't you understand you're not just a common knight anymore? Sela, I don't want to say this, but I think of you as my friend, so I'm going to warn you. After what happened at the Great Garrison, you're in serious danger. And maybe not just you. Okay, which sword is it? Longsword of Detriment. Enhancement +1. +1 longsword deals an additional +1 negative energy damage on a hit. Tactical weapon get +1 enhancement. Okay, that's kind of okay, I guess. It's not too crazy. It's just a longsword that deals an extra 2 damage, basically. Or a longsword that deals -1 that deals normal damage against undead. You might like to ignore military hierarchy and the rules of knightly orders, but there's wisdom in them that has stood the test of time. A soldier rises from a private to an officer, a knight begins as a squire. Even Iomede's paladins gain their abilities gradually, but not with you and the commander. You were granted incredible powers, far surpassing seasoned paladins with experience and skill far beyond your years. You received this gift at just the right moment and saved a lot of lives across Mendev. That's a great deed that will be remembered for ages to come. What happened next is wrong. They began to worship you. The Queen gave you such vast power, all while you sidestepped everything. Training, experience, hardship. This is not the first time Her Majesty has behaved rashly, and how much good has this brought Mendev? I'm frightened by what I see, especially by the way that you, Seela, trust people so easily and leap into adventures without looking. One day you'll lower your sword when you should have driven the blade home, just like thousands of bright-eyed youngsters will after you. Aelin pauses, as if reluctant to continue, then looks you in the eye. I wanted to tell you the same thing, Commander. You're right, to an extent, Aelin, but I didn't choose my lot. I'm just trying to fill my duty as best I can. The knight lowers his head. I apologize for my harsh words. I said to Seela, and I say it again. This wasn't a reproach, but a warning. The power you've been given, it may be your undoing, and the undoing of all the Crusaders along with you. Yeah, Ellen's got a point. Like, ignoring the meta-knowledge of future events where Curl may or may not have actually been in the right, or trying to save everybody, Ellen is correct. Or Elon, however you want to pronounce his name. I'll just call him Ellen. He is correct to a degree, because we are basically upstarts. We have no history or experience with the Crusades and combat and warfare in general. I mean, I do, personally, but the characters don't. So Seela is still bright-eyed. Ellen. Elon. Hey, it's Mr. Musk. But, yeah, he's right, though, yeah. Just, we're in general, he would be totally correct. In our situation, though, he's wrong because we're the player character and we have the most powerful weapon on our side, which is plot armor. And by plot armor, I mean the ability to save scum the fuck out of the game until I win. Same difference. In any case, forgive me for wasting your time and subjecting you to danger here. Now at least we know that Curl is a traitor and Joanna is a coward ready to abandon her friends when the going gets rough. I hope we'll all learn a lesson from these mistakes. As for that blasted ring, to hell with it. Kiana won't love me solely for the gifts I bring her. Elon makes no attempt to conceal his disappointment. Nodding goodbye, he lowers his head and walks away. Seela watches as he leaves. Her expressive eyes are filled with sadness. Everything's become very complicated all of a sudden. Please, Alexander Lichtman, let's go back. I'd like to talk to you about it later. We have a lot to think about. Oh, did you... Thanks for the Prime, although it didn't seem to trigger the thing properly if you were doing that. Ooh, Demon Hearts. Yeah.
Make way.
Yeah, that's the idea. He's a lich, man. Yeah, Mugos Cow, if you did a thing, it didn't show up on my end. I appreciate that, though. I do. Alright, so with that out of the way, we can go back and take a quick nap. Whoop.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Okay, well, there it is now. Yes, thank you for the 2-month subscription. My Wi-Fi where I am is shit. Fair enough. I can understand that completely. Ah, excellent. Army is ready to rock. I mean, either one works, you know. What? little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, what have you. But I've been going Lichtmann because it's... Or it should have been Lichtmann, really, but it's kind of... What is the... I don't know German. Is that... What's the proper German pronunciation for that? With New Victory has brought you more finance points, which you can use to bolster your army. To recruit new units, click the Recruit button on the panel to the left at the bottom of the screen. Recruited units appear in Conabris at the beginning of each week. The site of an old battle between the Crusaders and demons is still strewn with thousands of corpses. The stench of death hangs thick in the air while the survivors lurch around the battlefield looting whatever they can. The dead, after all, won't need their trinkets and the keepsakes anytime soon. Okay, this is a... This army is actually rough, if I remember correctly. Bum, bum, bum. It's here. Footmen, infection, great. Okay, let's lay on hands others. Maybe I should have attacked this army fly unit thing instead. Excellent. That takes care of one. I'm going to really quickly Stone's Throw here. That did nothing. That did fucking nothing. I'm going to lose some units from this. So that's going to stop that one from dealing as much damage, at least. Oh, man, I'm losing so many. That's that. Okay, that's only 1 damage. It's 1 damage per hit. The clerics kind of suck. They're tankier, which is good. Okay, that takes care of that nonsense. Thank God. Good, take care of that one. Almost. I lost a lot of units to this. Yeah! Units replenished in inventory at the infirmary. 4. This is all. That's all I fucking got. I lost so many units off of that. Crusader morale stats reflect the general mood of the Crusaders. Positive morale increases resource income and the number of troops available for recruitment, while negative morale decreases these numbers. Morale changes depending on the morale banners. While special conditions are met, the banner remains green and increases morale by 1 per day. If the special conditions are not met, the banner turns yellow for 3 days, but still increases morale by 1 per day. And the banner turns red and decreases morale by 3 per day. Your army is currently carrying 2 banners. The banner of victory stays green while you defeat demon armies. Each victory over demon army adds 4 days to the time of the banner of victories stays green. The banner of the March on Dresden stays green while you defeat demon armies on the road to Dresden. Each victory over a demon army on the road to Dresden adds 10 days to the time. Each unit has its own combat morale, the starting value of which depends on the Crusade morale. Various combat effects and spells can change combat morale until the end of the battle. Positive combat morale grants the unit a chance to perform another action in the same turn, while units with negative combat morale have a chance to panic and lose their action or even flee. Undead units as well as some others do not have combat morale and thus are not affected by any effects that increase or decrease it. That's handy to know. After driving away a swarm of demonic flies, the Crusaders discovered the remnants of an unfortunate group of Mendevian knights. Their leader had a baldric with an emblem recognized by one of the soldiers. It was the crest of the infamous fallen knight Melander Liddens. And I can level up my army. So we're going to grab target. Coal deals power to the target unit and inflicts -1 penalty to speed for 1 round. Trap, explosive trap, flare. Siege ability, all units in the area become confused. Let's do this one, Weakening Trap. I'll try it out, see if I can get traps to work properly this time. Oh, I didn't actually want to fight that army immediately. It's probably fine, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, we're fine. They aren't even going to get close to me. Okay, let's see here. What happens if I put this Weakening Trap down? Ow. Nice. And what the fuck is the point of this trap? I don't understand what the point of this trap is. It just didn't do anything. Yeah. Yeah, Act 2... Let me think here. Act 2 in the original AP was also a little bit of a slog, although generally speaking it did go pretty quick. Because it was just like... You had a couple small encounters on the road, and then a couple of small army things. Most of it was all sort of very back-ended at Dresden, though. You did have... Yeah, you got small encounters. The Vescivores were there as like a small encounter. Lost Chapel was probably like the only major encounter, but it was also a very small thing. Like, it wasn't anywhere near as big as it is in the game. But generally speaking, I'm pretty sure it's... I'm pretty sure it was actually like just army combat almost all the entire way through, which sort of extended off into Chapter 3 a little bit, but not... It also kind of fell off there a little bit from what I recall. Let's see. Crusaders stumbled upon a group of ragged and exhausted scouts. They'd been sent out on a patrol mission deep into the World Wound, but when Conabris was attacked, they found themselves cut off and surrounded by demons. Surviving in such hostile conditions was not easy, but the scouts' spirits remained high and they readily joined the commander's forces. Yes, Chapter 3 was in the beta. Chapter 4 was also in the beta. That's as far as I got, though. I played through to the end of Chapter 4 twice. Yeah, twice. This is my 4th playthrough, technically speaking. Yeah. Chapter 3... Yeah, exactly. First real playthrough all the way to the end. Chapter 3 is... Okay, so Chapter 1 is a good start. It can drag on a little bit if you're sort of, like, exploring everything, but you can actually do it fairly quickly. Like, the only 2 things I think you need to do are... get the Storyteller... Yeah, Chapters 1 and 4 were in the beta. Only things you need to do in Chapter 1 to advance are get the Storyteller from Blackwing Library, and... grab the knife from Market Square. Those are the only two things, really. Everything else is sort of extra. You can either blast through the front entrance at the Great Garrison. You can get the Thieflings, which are also in Market Square. You can go to... you can get Ember, you can get Ramian or Hull Run on your side, or both. So there's a couple of things there, but those are the only ones that you really need to do. You can also grab Darren, but that's kind of optional as well. As for the rest of it, yeah, that's really the only things you need to do. You can skip straight to Great Garrison after that point. Yeah, Chapter 3 has a lot of stuff in it. Like, even without... There's the story bits, which are the dragon. There's... You have to go to the hovel. You have to go to the... You have to go to Green Gates. You have to go to the Sanctum. But apart from that, it's like there's a lot of just optional areas you can just check out and hop into. A lot of stuff. Plus, the armies move around everywhere, and there's just a ton of stuff. Yeah. Chapter 2, though, is very, very straightforward because it's a straight path to Dresden. Like, there's no branching off. So, the first 2 chapters can drag on, but only if you want to actually, like, go off and do all these extra things. Generally speaking, you don't need to worry about that. Having defeated the enemy, the Crusaders scatter across the battlefield in search of trophies. The officers keep an eye on the process so that all the valuable trophies go to the treasury and do not end up in the pockets of lucky soldiers. Ah, can't do it. Yeah, that's basically what they are. A lot of them have ties into, like, future side quest things, like Conundrum Unsolved. I don't know. I actually don't remember what's in Nightingale Grove. Moondance Meadow, Chili Creek's all the way over there, Nameless Ruins. Like, all these things are, technically speaking, just completely optional little bits and bobs that are added on there. Okay, hold on. Let me, the Rangers can go back to camp. Let's recruit. Can't recruit. Morale is high. Well, you know what? Let's take the army in. But yeah, that's just kind of the general layout of that section anyway. Just a lot of things. Kingmaker, I think, was very similar. Just a lot of stuff that kind of shows up and is helpful, but not necessarily a lot of it is going to be big world-changing events. Rude. Nice. I really need to up my inventory, though. Or I can just become a lich and raise a bunch of undead. The Crusaders duly punched a group of mercenaries who had become enticed by demonic gold and turned their blades against their former allies. Those who rejected the blessing of their benevolent gods and succumbed to the temptation of sin deserved death, and death they got. Justice has been served, and the clerics feel that the gods are satisfied with this outcome. There's elementals over here, and demon army over here. Alright, so that'll be later. Come back to that in a minute. You need to go back into camp and nap. Oh, it's just scaled down a little bit there. First off, Wilser. Wilser, how are you doing? Show me what you have. That might be useful. Ah, yes, the Hat of Heartening Song. That's one of the backer items, I believe. Too bad I don't have a bard.
How much longer, I wonder?
Still got 13 hours of mage armor left. Let's put that in there. That goes here. Alrighty, who are we taking out next? First, this unbending armor +4 base attack bonus. I cannot wear this breastplate +2, unfortunately. What do we got? Amulet of Agile Fists. Same with natural armor. Let's collect resistance +1. Only person who actually has Mighty Fists. Natural armor would probably also be on, I think... Oh, right, she can't wear it because she has this amulet. She's the only one who actually has natural armor, though, apart from maybe the horse. Yeah, the horse can wear it. Excellent. Cloak of Resistance +1. I'm going to put that on... Wool just currently has a Cloak of Resistance +1. Let's put this on... Camellia. I'm going to be taking Camellia along a bunch, I think. She's probably going to be one of my secondary melee character, just because I want to like try out using her for real this time. What else we got? We have Bulky Pick, Divine Protector. Guess I'll give that one to Sela. Did I just pick up some of my booze? I did. Scythe. Nobody really uses scythes. I can give Dark Horn enhancement +1, Cold Iron, or... Where's Marching Terror? Did I sell Marching Terror? I might have sold Marching Terror. I don't see it in here, at least. The Malady, Short Sword. Cold Iron, Short Sword lands a hit on the enemy. Targets me for save. Yeah, I don't see it. Alright. Alright, you are gonna get that. Sela, you're gonna get this and... that. And can anyone else use this? I'm honestly really tempted to take, like, a level of fighter or something just so I can wear better armor. Except then I lose Alchemist caster levels, which isn't great. I'm out of potions of invisibility. What does a potion of Cure Light Wounds need? Potion of Aid. You know, I just won't craft a potion, I think. I just will not craft a potion. Let's cook. Let's give a meal in here. Get Nenyo there. Oops, nope. Nenyo and Sela. Why not? Burning Hands, Vanish, Shield, Summon Monster, Magic Missile, Bone Shaker, Heroism. Heroism I could use.
As such, the genetic predisposition of an individual for magical abilities is not an overriding factor in the manifestation of said abilities in said individual. Hello? Have you all fallen asleep?
Hearty meal. A hearty meal indeed. Oh, well, I'm at it. Do I have any of those recipes? Nope, that's Elven Notes. There we are. Seasoned wings and thighs. Fish on a stick. Onion soup. +1 cooking bonus on skill checks all day.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Or don't.
Or don't. Okay, so next up we're going... Probably Conundrum Unsolved in that other area. So I'll bring Woljif along, I think, for that one. The army should be able to move by now. And then we'll start clearing out a way towards the north. So check out Nightingale Grove, Conundrum Unsolved, and Moondance Meadow as we move towards Chili Creek. First, though, nope, army has no movement. Oh, finally, that mage armor ran out. A Yuda mercenary serving Horgus Gwyrm has reached the troops with a chest full of gold coins and messages from Sir Horgus to score more victories. So, that's something that does also happen. Oh, these guys. That's something that does also happen in the original adventure. Horgus begins funding the campaign. So, because if you helped Horgus reach his house in Part 1, in Part 2... Horgus will actually begin to help you by, like, paying for the campaign, giving you extra supplies, giving you extra stuff to buy troops with, that sort of thing. And it helps keep morale up. It's just a nice little thing because... Yeah, shitty shield bears. Yeah, well, I mean, in this, it's less useful. I meant in the original Adventure Path, he's actually quite handy because he does give you a significant increase to your supplies because he's quite wealthy and he's there just helping to fund the Crusades. Horgus is great, actually. Like, he's a total asshole, and in this game he has the whole secret backstory about him actually being not Horgus Gwyrm. But in the original Adventure Path, he's an asshole, and he's way out of his depth because he's stuck underground. But in his character notes, it makes a whole bunch of notes about how, like... Yeah, that's true. This is the scouts, though. Yeah, so yeah, Horgus... In the character notes about Horgus Gwyrm, it makes a bunch of little comments about how, like, what he actually secretly donates a bunch of money to the crusade efforts, but doesn't put his name on it because he doesn't want people to know he's actually, like, a super nice guy supporting it. Because he has to keep this facade of being a hard-ass businessman up all the time. It's really funny. Alright, so this one is... This one's an annoying little encounter. Do I want to go with Enduring Spells or something else? I'm going to say... Woljif is a rogue, so let's go with this. Or he does have casting. Eldritch Scoundrel. Now let's just make my thing here set.
We will win this war.
Alright, let's go. Through the mist, you spot the flickering flames of a campfire. 3 figures wrapped in Crusader cloaks are huddled next to it. A stout, smiling dwarf, a brash, dark-haired halfling, and a delicate-looking woman who appears to be very young. The crackling campfire is driving away the bleak fog and promising warmth and rest for tired legs. Noticing you, the halfling's hand jerks toward his weapon, but then he relaxes. Hey, it's the commander himself! Don't just stand there, have a seat by the fire. It's a bit damp today. You might as well dry off at least. In an amicable gesture, he passes you a large mug that smells of freshly brewed tea. Who are you guys? Frontline scouting party. Our seniors sent us ahead to look for ambushes. We've been walking all day, so we're making a bivouac. Go ahead, help yourself to some tea. It's an honor for us to be sharing a campfire with the commander. Something in the way the halfling speaks sounds off. Senior instead of commanding officer. A bivouac instead of the more casual camp. Maybe he's just a new recruit. A broad smile blossoms on Sela's face. I never thought we'd run into such jovial company out here. I don't suppose you guys have anything stronger than tea in your canteens? Catching the halfling's conspiratorial look, she smiles even brighter. Woljif, rubbing his hands excitedly, Woljif casts a hopeful look at the mug of tea, then at you. Chief, just so you know, walking away from campfires where folks give you free food is a sin in the eyes of the gods. What are your names? Proudly lifting his chin, which bears a white scar, the halfling says, I'm Sergeant Velm, the leader of this gang of daredevils. You can tell by Velm's appearance that he's a fighter. He sports a nose that's been broken more than once, well-fitted gear, a gutsy spark in the eyes, all the hallmarks of a feisty, courageous warrior. The dwarf grunts and grins. Why'd you call our heroic squad a gang, Velm? I'm Tran, foot soldier, cook quartermaster, and the mother hen of this lot. I'm the one who set up this tent for Asti, given that she doesn't even have the muscle to drive a stake into the ground. With a smirk, Tran glances at the woman, who immediately turns red in the face. The sweet and terribly young cleric opens her mouth to say something, but shuts it immediately and blushes even more. Finally, she mutters sheepishly, I'm Asti, at your service, Commander. Look around the camp to make sure this place is safe. The location of the camp was chosen wisely. It's safe and quiet here. No tracks in sight, the air is calm, but an odd feeling of wrongness lances through you, like a sting from an angry wasp. Something isn't right. It's quiet here, all right, as the grave. I don't know why, but I don't like the feel of this place. It makes my scales stand on end. No, Lan, that's probably just because it's, snowing. Aren't you scared? Camped out here in enemy territory? The dwarf gives you a disapproving, sidelong glance. You wound me, Commander. I've walked many roads. I know a good spot for a camp when I see one. Even if a whole column of cultists marched by, they wouldn't think of checking this place. In the meantime, we would watch quietly and count every last one. Thoroughly embarrassed, Atsi adopts a serious tone and comments in Tran's direction. You and your boasting. Her two comrades greet her remark with a burst of laughter. Well, since you're offering... You bet we're offering. The halfling moves with such deftness that you barely notice the warm mug of tea that appears in your hands. The tea's fragrance is gorgeous. Where'd you get such extraordinary tea? I can tell the commander knows more about cooking than some. Tran leans over to you and says weightily, It's cat's holly. I bought it from a merchant in Absalom. Worth every coin, though, eh? Druids are not always particularly imaginative when it comes to naming plants. Frog's grass, bear's moss, tiger sundew. Looks like there's a cat's holly as well. Yep. Something's not right. Attack! Smirking brazenly, the halfling licks his lips with a surprisingly long, pustule-covered red tongue. Ha! Would you look at that? He didn't buy it. Enough of this masquerade then, everyone. No more games. The figures by the fire ripple and transform. 3 gray-haired and dark-skinned elves watch you with mocking sneers. Their twisted, grimacing faces look demonic. From the haze, more, previously unseen shadows materialize. They're all just as loathsome and sun-settling. The campfire emits a sickly sweet, intoxicating smell, and in the squat kettle you see some slimy mushrooms swimming in a disgusting, boiling slurry. Who are you? The one who's pretending to be the halfling Vel makes a face, mimicking you in an obnoxious voice. Who are you? We're the servants of Lord Discari, and you are the pitiful insect that got caught in our web. The elf, who is masquerading as the cleric Asti, gives you a lecherous smile, enthusiastically dragging her tongue across the blade of her dagger. Did you like sweet little Asti? Did you want to play with her in your tent? You monsters! Sela looks at those who appeared to be trusted allies a moment ago with open disgust. How did I not see you for what you are right from the start? Dumb paladin, you really think your ability to sense evil can't be fooled? Lady Anamora taught us long ago how to trick the likes of you. Ways to conceal the evil in one's heart are not a recent invention. Your Anamora deserves no credit for devising them, says Camellia, knowingly. What was the point of this charade? Lady Anamora desires your head and will gladly deliver it. The elf, whose voice as Tyrion was so convincing, lets out a repulsive snicker. You think I'm at your mercy? We'll see who the real prey is. I love it when the prey tries to fight back.
Can we retreat already?
So there's a fun little bug that used to be able to do in the beta here, where what you could do is, if you sped through the conversation quick enough, these three don't have time to transform and drop their disguises, and will actually fight alongside you because they're not counted as enemies up until that point.
Endure this.
Nice miss. Thanks, Sela.
Cover me, all right?
Rude. Okay, you get to sleep. Immune to slumber. Fuck. Forgot their elves.
The spirits demand your blood.
Jesus Christ, it just went straight for him, huh?
It's your fault.
Make every strike count.
Lan! You hit when you roll above a 2. Okay, let's do this then.
You are today's sacrifice.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Can't hit for shit.
Into the fray.
I didn't even realize there was a drow here.
Surrender or else.
Okay.
You won't survive me.
Take you!
Nice.
This is not my time yet. Unexpected.
Shit. Alright, this isn't gonna work. I suppose... It's just... Alright, let's do this.
Doubt is the
Trust
heart's
in yourself.
greatest challenge.
I don't steal. I encourage people to save the poor, helpless tieflings
You'll
around
make
the world.
things right.
Starting with me.
This war must end.
Okay, you got braces around +2. This is better. Camellia, you're wearing a thing, right? Yeah, so that's already better. You don't have any buff spells
You
prepared.
can trust me.
I don't need anyone's sympathy.
Okay, that's that taken care of.
Don't care.
What's on your mind?
Let's have you cast nothing, I guess. You don't have Cat's Grace.
Meditate on your mistake.
I'll usher back.
Actually, I'll cast Owl's Wisdom on Lan. Okay, so Lan doesn't have spells. Everyone else's armor.
Ask nicely.
Oh, you can Cat's Grace yourself. Alright, let's go. Who are you? What's going on? What are your names?
Yet another obstacle.
Let's see if it triggered.
Cover me, all right?
I'll cut you wide open.
Oh, nope, they still do it. But I was able to take a turn off of them by doing that. Nice.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
There's one.
Stabby was asking, why not both?
Let's do this.
The spirits demand your blood.
The light take you.
Nice series of messes there, though.
Pain is excruciating.
Okay, let's reduce the AC of this one over here. Very good. Land.
You won't survive me.
There's that one.
Distract them from me.
Nice.
You are today's sacrifice.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Okay, we're not done here.
Did we find trouble?
Yeah, there they are. That's what I thought.
They did.
Go for their hearts.
Endure this.
Time to share your treasures.
Nice.
Into the fray.
Surrender or else.
Nice crit miss there.
I'll cut you wide open.
There they are. There they all are. Look at them. Hanging out here. Thinking they can get away.
This is how it feels.
The light take you.
Horse, a go.
The
Horsey.
inheritor, guide my blade.
Thank you, horse. Nice. Okay, this one has... This one's up. This one has yet to act. Is Camellia down? Oh, she is. Let's lower this one's... Let's see. Ah, looks like they saved. Alright, that's fine.
Make every strike count.
Nice.
Cover me, all right? Stab you or zap you. Why not both?
Out of my way!
Nice.
No glory without risk.
There we go. Problem solved. Got some bows out of him, too. And that's about it. Just two... Yeah, mount combat is, like, super strong. Like, I'm really shocked, honestly. I'm surprised they had nothing special. Legitimately, I'm super surprised. I just had magic bows and that's it. It looks like that's everything.
I won't let you
What?
hurt my friends.
Where? What? Who? Wait, where are these drow? Where'd you guys fucking come from?
Distract them from me.
I guess they were just hanging out invisible waiting.
I won't go down this easy. I'll split you in half.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
The light take you.
Time to share your treasures.
Nice nat 1.
The spirits demand your blood.
There we go. I think now we're done. I'm pretty sure that's all of them now.
Make way.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
I mean, when a mother and a father decide that they mutually don't want to kill each other for 2 minutes and feed the other one to the spider?
How much longer, I wonder?
Well, the nice thing is, nobody died. You know what? Let's take all of it. Let's just head back to camp and sell it. Why not? It's free money. Effectively. Let's try this fight. See if I can do it. I should be able to do it, but we'll see. Ow. There we go. Archer's done. Oh, fuck off, really? Oh, what? Oh, that delays it if you press W. God, yeah, last Aslanti mode by itself seems rough, and then throwing core on top of it is just like, ugh. There, finally dead. Okay, good. I'd say these clerics seem to have a fairly decent amount of damage output. Just shit. Oh, that goes on my clerics, I think. Yeah! Rise of the Rune Lords would be neat. Let's see. Next game we Rise of the Rune Lords. Achievement is dispel every single buff from a certain Rune Lord you meet. Oh, yeah. Well, traitors who defect to the enemy side of Canobris are dead. Nerosion expresses his deepest gratitude to the commander. Let me think here for a second. Is there not anywhere to go from here? No, I guess not. I don't know what Rune Lord would be showing up in Wrath. Rune Lords show up very infrequently. Rise of the Rune Lords, Return of the Rune Lords, Second Darkness, all had Rune Lords, and there's a Pathfinder Society module, but that leaves like 4, which I don't think any of them show up in Wrath of the Righteous, because that would be weird and kind of just take away from this. I imagine it's probably something due to one of the side quests. That's my guess. Yeah, I saw the achievement too, so I'm just like, I imagine that whatever the Rune Lord is probably attached to one of the side quests that you have to do. As for next game being Rise of the Rune Lords, that would be super cool. I don't feel like that does the style of the Owlcat games well, though, because it's very much a adventure in a certain location, move to a new location, adventure in that location, move to the next location, adventure in that location sort of thing. Whole trilogy? Maybe, but I feel like that would be a weird thing to have 3 separate adventures in a single game. If they do heavy editing and like cut things down in specific ways, then sure, maybe, but I don't know how well doing all 3 of those adventures in one would be good. Might be worth seeing, though. No, each adventure takes you from 1 to 16. Like, Rise of the Rune Lords goes from level 1 as your starting point and Sandpoint all the way to level 16 in Shin's the Last. Like, you fight Karzug at level 16 in the body of Martyr. Each Rune Lord can be equivalent to mythical. I mean, that's what they are. But what they would have to do is either greatly decrease the size of each individual part of the adventure and then like slap them together in a weird order so that you're like going from 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1, like going across all 3 adventures, and then at the end you fight 3 Rune Lords in sequence. Or they would have to like do an incredibly weird extended cut of the it would be strange logistically to do. They'd be much better off just doing single adventures. I'm thinking I should probably grab offensive training, because I don't have many extra units at the moment. I just have the 1 ranger. And this will help sort of cover for my lack of extra units at the moment. Here we go. Let's see how this one does. Man, what do I give to have rapid shot? Ooh, that's tough. Ooh, that's 232. Let's heal other. Give you a couple units back. There we go, and there we go, problem solved. Gotta chip away at this thing. Boy, this is just... Oh, finally. Hey, this will deal some damage. Nope, it did almost nothing, in fact. Yeah! Yeah, becoming a lich is like a big one in this game. Like that, or becoming a, you basically become a demigod at the end of each of these things. Like that's effectively what happens. So it'll be hard to top doing that no matter what. So I imagine Iron Gods ends with you creating a god. So it's actually fully possible if the rumors are true that they're doing Iron Gods next, maybe that would be a good way to one-up it. Alternatively, they wouldn't do it because it doesn't really like track with how they've done the previous two games. Yeah, it really is. It's too much. I was thinking they probably wouldn't do it because they wouldn't track with the other games, but I would absolutely love to see Reign of Winter just so you can go into the second to last book. Rasputin Must Die, and just do that. Because it's such a fun campaign. Up until like the very end, which is kind of eh. I'm not the biggest fan of the final book. It's kind of a downer. But like the rest of it's pretty decent. Actually, let me think here for a minute. Book one of Reign of Winter is pretty alright. Book 2 is alright. Book 3 is is Made in Mother Chrome. That one's kind of a weird one because it takes you to like space Siberia or Galarian Siberia, which nobody really likes or cares about. It's just kind of there. Book 4 takes you to Triaxis, which is interesting, but it's also kind of a weird section, and like that entire book is a strange one. Book 5 is Rasputin Must Die, which is the stupidest, best one. And then Book 6 is the one that takes you into the hut, which is less interesting because a lot of random encounters. Stopping a plot to release Rovagug? Here's the thing. Nobody wants to release Rovagug. The only thing that every other god has that they agree on is that they don't want to release Rovagug. The entire point of Galarian, and the entire reason that all the gods are focused on Galarian, is because Rovagug is here, and literally none of them wants him out. That said, you could do, was it Carrion Crown? Could do Carrion Crown, because that's all about releasing the Whispering Tyrant, who's a super powerful Ultra Lich Wizard who is trying to take over the world. So that might be a fun one. That and... what's the most recent one? What's the most recent AP? It's the one where he actually guts out. It's game. Which one is it? It's Tyrant's Grasp. That was it. Right. Tyrant's Grasp has you trying to deal with the Whispering Tyrant who actually does return, as opposed to Carrying Crown. Actually, there are two other adventure paths they could do, which are sort of in the same vein as these ones. War from the Crown is about Taldor and doing political maneuvering around that area. Iron Fang Invasion has army stuff because you're fighting an army of hobgoblins. I want to say Giant Slayer also has something similar, although no, Giant Slayer is more of just a general thing. Shattered Star would be interesting. Actually, Shattered Star is the other Rune Lord one. Right, I keep conflating Shattered Star and Second Darkness, I feel like. Shattered Star would probably be cool. Jade Regent is probably fairly likely since it's a very long travel thing. Yeah, becoming a Lich to Valor Whispering Tyrant would be super cool. Skulls and Shackles would also be great because it's pirate sailing time. Let's see, what else would they get? Maybe I feel like probably the most realistic one is, apart from like the rumors about it being Iron Gods because of the sci-fi stuff or Starfinder stuff. Oh man, Hell's Vengeance would be really funny, actually. That's fair. That's fair. Strange Aeons would be funny, but Hell's Vengeance would be a really fun one if they could do it. Yes, Iron Gods is the one where you go to Numeria, which is the sci-fi Conan's versus robots location. They show up a couple times in. There's the Numerian camp that shows up early on in Kingmaker, which you have to deal with, and then the Blackwater is kind of Numerian. 9 p.m. drinks. Well, it's you gotta keep the energy up and then crash. I've heard apparently that a really good way to get like a power nap is actually to drink an energy drink and then take a nap immediately, and you wake up feeling like you slept for 8 hours. Like just sleep before the energy drink kicks in, so you can't go to sleep. Okay, so Iron Gods I'm not totally familiar with, but my knowledge of it is that you go to Numeria and you're sort of adventuring around sci-fi land. You get these tech weapons and tech gear and whatnot. But the end result is actually that you yourself create a AI god who ascends. So there's room for some mythic stuff there, but more likely it's room for like getting custom god powers out of it as you basically build this god up. Is there no sound effects slider? Because is there really no sound effects slider? Let me take a look. Also, after pacifying the elementals, the soldiers found the remains of a cultist sorcerer in the middle of the broken summoning circle. Despite his apparently outstanding magical power, he was unable to control the raging spirits he brought into existence. His stiff fingers were clenching this horrendous flail he used as a weapon. Oh, I've got some shield bearers. Oh boy. You guys can hang out with this one. Thank God they sped up the movement speed of those things. It's much appreciated. Let me see here, though. So, right, I want to see that. Options. Sound. Master, music, ambient, voice, music, chant, user interface. Huh. There isn't a sound effect button. Look at that. That is odd, actually. I wanted to go back to camp. Yeah, it's weird. It's probably something worth pinging the devs over. Just like do the bug report thing and just say there's no sound effect thing. Yeah, we undead army clashes would be cool. Whoever becomes the best.
Follow me.
Running around with my weapon drawn. Whoever becomes the best sorcerer wins, or the best necromancer. That's weird. Didn't I pick up some magic bows? Could have sworn I picked up magic bows. Huh. This +2 heavy flail can be safely wielded only by non-good characters. Each time the wielder of this weapon lands a hit with it, the enemy has to pass a will saving throw, become affected with the equivalent of dominate person for 1 round. If a good character wields this weapon, they become permanently confused even after they unequip it. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that is a glaring issue. I'll agree there.
Today was a long day. I can barely stay standing. I'm so tired. And I still have to wash the dishes.
Go get some sleep. Don't worry about the dishes. I'll wash them for you.
Aww. How the HP AC works with mounted combat. Okay, so the AC is a bit of a weird thing. Normally what you do is when a thing attacks you, you get like a ride bonus on your horse's AC. And doing that gives like all this stuff. I feel like there's probably something going on with it that makes it higher than normal because the horse seems to have a lot of AC. I imagine it might be some kind of bonus from the shield that Seal is wearing, but also I do have horse parting. So that probably helps a bunch. Alright, we got this. Time to clear Villareth's Ford. So in Villareth's Ford here is one of the... It's basically the first major army combat location in the original adventure. You have to defeat a bunch of tieflings that are holding the base and preventing your armies from progressing forward, because this is the only crossing, really. Nice. Three. God bless archers. And now we've taken Villareth's Fort, and this is the first major encounter that you normally have in the adventure path. Also, at this point, there's an NPC who I have not seen show up yet. Which is... His name is Arls Gestander. And what he does is, he's just there as, like, the old veteran. Oh yeah, the Hell Knights are going to carry me to hell. Yeah, they're so good. So, the deal with Arls is that he's a veteran of the army. Like, he's an old soldier man, and he's, like, the voice of reason and grumpiness. And by that, I mean what he actually does is he sits there and grumbles about how we're all going to die, and how this is a pointless crusade, and everyone's going to die, and the commander doesn't know what he's doing, and blah, 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 blah. So he's there to just drag down morale as stuff goes on, and you have to deal with him, or else your army will start to actually take morale damage. Some of them were defect, or some of them will run away, and it's a thing you have to deal with. And it sort of ties into the whole theme that they're trying to build on of redemption and hope and keeping the light alive while you're going through there. It's also why you can sort of, where you have the option to convert Nura back to your side as opposed to keeping her as a traitor and whatnot. Squad of Crusaders was caught in a sudden storm from the west. It lasted only a few minutes, but the unnatural lightning made up of electricity, flames, acid, and ice left several soldiers dead. The ease with which the force of nature brutally claimed the lives of their comrades has demoralized the Crusaders. Your military camp has moved to a different location. As you progress through the story, completing one stage of the crusade after another, your camp will occasionally relocate along the road, ever closer to Dresden. The outpost at Villareth Ford, which straddles the West Selen crossing and is of strategic importance, has been taken. The cultists are destroyed, and the commander's army is able to operate on both sides of the river. Yeah. Most importantly, though, I got new stuff and leveled up. Bane, Bless, I got Pit Trap, or Penetrating Strike. Alright, so moving here, we got a Demon Army outpost over this way, which I'm going to have to deal with very shortly. Yeah, I'm going to have to deal with that one, alright. That's the gargoyles. Here we go. Okay, those aren't valid spots for movement. So I'm going to block for now. What? Excuse me? Did you just walk right over this? Fucking excuse me? Let's give you Piercing Strike too. Clerics are just going to stand there and take hits. Okay, and this is working out well so far, all things considered. Oh, that's true. He does have wings. I didn't think about that. I forgot that gargoyles had wings. Okay, I think I should probably heal him now. I only healed one out of that. Lame. Okay, here we go. We're getting there. Oh yeah, no, he's not going to be able to hit me anymore. Here we go. I'm just glad this thing's deciding to, like, focus on my stupid clerics instead of attacking anyone who's more useful. Turn 97? Really? I didn't think it was taking that long. Oh, most of these turns are fairly quick anyway. Oh, I see. That's per thing. Each unit has a turn. It's not the full round. Right. Alright, and... there we go. One more. Yeah! $127 rounds? Jesus Christ. Gonna have to wait on that one, I think. Dazzling display on land. Not really. Dazzling display only works if you're within 30 feet of a target, so at best he would hit things on the fringe usually. It's not going to really give you a whole lot of benefit from attacking stuff that's further away from you that you're actually trying to hit with your bow. Let's put this right there, because he's going to walk over that. Did that fucking not do anything? Oh, a reflex saved against it. That's what happened. Reflex saving throw succeeded. Rolled an 8. Oh, fuck off, all you people. There we go, that one's dead. Ow. Rude. Not dead. Fuck off. That one's dead. There's that one. Heal you. Two. Shit. Okay, the deal with Rangers is that... come on. Fuck off. Or rather, the deal with hunters, I should say. Okay, let me just heal some more of these guys up. Oh, come on, really? You could... God damn it. Yeah, hold on, let me collect my thoughts once I'm done dealing with this annoying... Thank you. Jeez, I'm losing units. Hey, I got everyone back. Sick. Anyway, so hunters as a class. The idea behind hunters is that rangers are better for direct melee combat. They get a couple small spells. They get like a very small list of spells that they can use to like up their combat ability, but they're kind of like more focused around melee combat, fighting alongside their or range combat or direct combat, and that's accompanied with their animal companion. Hunters are more focused around teamwork feats with their companions. So they get teamwork feats that they can use with their animal companion, and they get a more expanded range of spells that they can use. So they're a little bit better at casting. They're less directly combat focused and more about teamwork or like debuffing enemies and setting up things like that. That's the basic difference between the two of them. If I remember correctly, Hunter is a hybrid between Ranger and Druid. I want to say it was. Also, yeah, roll twice and get better result is very useful in every situation. Alternatively, roll twice and take the worst result when you're using it on enemies with Misfortune Hex. That's always a good one. After the battle, one of the soldiers noticed a half-effaced inscription on a nearby stone. What remained of the engraving led the Crusaders to a secluded cave where they found a stash of miscellaneous relics that some selflessly devoted clerics had managed to rescue from fallen Dresden. They also discovered flasks of sanctified oil and boxes of reagents for rituals and sacred masses. It would appear the brave priests hid the sacred artifacts in one final attempt to save them from demonic threat. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Also, what's interesting, Chris? This is not going to go well, but I just want to see. I just have to see. You know, I just got to know. I got to know how bad it's going to go. Okay, you got undead crossbowmen all the way. Oh, that's not anywhere near enough damage. Yeah, okay, that's... Holy shit! Instant death? Well... Well, then. Let's not deal with that just yet. Especially when I can't get enough units to fill my army. Alright, let's head over to... here. Alright, and we're going to hit up Nightingale Grove because I don't remember what's here.
I will help where I can.
Like, I just straight up do not remember what is in this location. I don't actually think I've been here. Oh. Hi. Yours will watch. Wait, someone's here. Run! Nobody's running. Draw your weapons and fight. You cowards, or I'll cut you down myself.
Can we retreat already?
We got marauders all over the place.
Let's go retreat.
Okay, then. So I guess we have to kill the alchemist first, because he will do that. This is why I don't like picking Vivisectionist, incidentally. Not because Vivisectionist is bad, but just because having ranged touch attacks like that is so good.
Retreat already? You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Yeah, that's true, but you don't need infinite bombs when you do that much damage with your bombs you do have.
Fighting, everyone. Excruciating.
This was
So
unexpected.
this is how it feels.
Tactical retreat, it's all your fault.
Plus, my bombs deal more damage. Okay, let's do turn-based now.
Retreat already?
I guess we're surprised. Ow! Oh, there he is.
The light take you!
I'll cut you wide open.
I won't go down this easy.
Cover me, all right?
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
There's the alchemist. Good, now that's dealt with.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
There we go.
Stab you or zap you. Why not both?
You won't survive me.
Perfect. Failed to save. Okay, that's cool. Nat 20.
Into the fray!
You are today's
There.
sacrifice.
Oh, come on! Another fucking nat 20 immediately?
Distract them from me. Time to share your treasures.
Endure this.
And save. Great.
Tactical retreat. No?
Really?
Make every strike count.
There's that. Are you fucking for real?
This was unexpected.
You had one fucking job. There, it's dead.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Continue fighting, everyone.
Probably.
Take you.
For a tactical retreat, though, what you need to do is you need to turn invisible and then come back. Are you fucking... Another... Are you fucking serious? The alchemist made a nat 20 roll against the coup de grace. No, it's 17. It rolled a 17, which made its roll, and then this one rolled a nat 20 to not die. Oh my god. Okay, well that fight is dealt with at least. Moss Potage. There's the alchemist. Letter to a noble crusader. But yeah, I think theoretically it might actually be possible to do a tactical retreat. That's what just drinking a potion of vanish or something is. It's just not viable a lot of the time.
Make way.
Make way. Okay, looks like that's everything here, so we can get the fuck out now. Got a couple things which I guess were kind of worthwhile. Kind of want to sit back at camp after that nonsense, though. But I know that's going to trigger the Hell Knight Brigade. Go.
Running from the law, cutting purses, breaking into other people's houses. Is that really all you want out of life?
Oh, sister, I remember a priest of Iomade asking me the exact same thing when I was about 10 or so, using the exact same words. Do you guys have a script you have to follow or something?
Oh, is it? Maybe is it bugged, or is it like a, Hold on a second. I got the army to get. Is it bugged, or is it an issue with the way sneak attack works with spells? Because that might also be part of it. I'm not sure what I see here. What oh, they're just... they're undead. That's it. Not doing anywhere near enough damage that I want to. Just innovative attack? Yeah, that sounds like it might be a bug with sneak attack stuff and magic. That's just my guess, though. Clerics are doing 0 damage now. this just stacking innovative attacks? Oh god, it is. It totally is, isn't it? There we go. At least I can heal a bunch of these units. I'm just not going to deal any damage anymore, am I? Wait. Wait, what the fuck? How? What? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's what's happening. It's reducing my max HP. Gonna take Celsius and Seal along when I become a lich to hear them gasp. Yeah, but also, like, it's kind of expected, right? Okay, where's the option to... Where's the option to have the auto crusade thing happen when you want it? Is it here? Turn-based mode, no. Did they remove it? No, but I'm talking about the thing where... Yeah, it's... Oh, there it is. Crusade Auto mode. There's no effect on the main story. It's not... Ah, I see. So, what happened to that one where... Where's the difficulty option where you can put the army over the enemy army and then... Notifications. Like, where's the one that it had where you could, like, moving the army in would auto-resolve, but then you could fight the army anyway? Did they get rid of that? Ah, good, I can hire things now. They took it off? Wait, the cog on the right? Okay, let me get this army going. Ah, over there. I see. Run the tactical combats automatic. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Actually, let me turn this one off. Turn that on. So let's see how this works. Yeah, I'll take that one. A corpse in a tattered scout's cape bearing the emblem of the Crusade was leading the undead squad. He battled on until he ran out of bolts and desperately tried to conceal his crossbow with his own body even when the soldiers were hacking off his limbs. Okay, any further than that is Leper's Smile, so I don't want to hit that just yet. Not when I have a lot of stuff to do still. Alright, back to this. Into Conundrum Unsolved. Yeah, right, good luck with that one. Leper's Smile is an encounter, alright.
Move aside.
There's the entrance to Conundrum. Oh man, it's so nice being here when I don't move at like half a foot per second. I have no idea. Like, that's partially why I'm playing today, because I want to find out as soon as possible.
How much longer, I wonder?
I imagine they're probably just, like... They probably aren't all zombies. That would be kind of lame. Oh! Okay, so I got some of the clues right here.
Follow me! Or don't.
Okie dokie. So for this one, I have my options of just this. That's the only piece you can put in there. For this one, you have different options. What can I put over here, though? That's the only one that can go there. That's the only one that can go there. So I guess they must have gotten tired of people going, I don't get it. How do you fucking put the things in here? Oh, Delamere is a Stelican? Okay. Well,
I'm all ears.
We'll find out soon enough, hopefully. So I guess I need those symbols. Is this one? No. This one? No, it's this one. It's that one. Okay, that's right. This isn't. This one? No. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Okay, so that side is this kind of scythe-looking thing. Looks like a... Yeah, well, I'm trying to solve the puzzle at least. You should be able to raise Staunton immediately after Dresden. Like, that's when you get the prompt. Unless you don't get that, in which case, you know, I don't... Fair enough. Well, this puzzle has been bugging me since Beta 1, so I need to know how to do this. Okay, that looks like the right side. No, it's not. It's backwards, but it is the right piece. Am I? Oh yeah, there's a little bit of drop frame there. 480, not too much though. Looks like it stopped. What's this picture? Oh, the solution. Thank you. I just got to figure out which one's which though. The main problem I'm having is trying to figure out which one of these pieces is the one I'm actually supposed to put in there. Like I get what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to like domino these up so these ones match and those ones match, but I don't know which piece is the right one. This one? No, that's not it. It's just hard to make out is the main problem. I want the... No. 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 This one? No. Oh, I see. I was actually doing it slightly wrong. No, that's not it. This one? This one? Okay, no, it's not. using the wrong side. Okay, left side. Oops. Is that? Oh, right. God, it's such a pain to do this. Does that work? No. Okay, so that's not. Okay, let me just open this picture up. Yeah, I know. It's just it's a pain to deal with.
I don't need anyone's sympathy.
So he says. Okay, taking a look at this picture, you take this one. Is it this one? Yes. Yeah, that's there.
Make way.
There we go.
It was easy, wasn't it? Ooh, simple puzzle, simple solution. But it was just the beginning. Its purpose was to awaken curiosity.
A translucent figure appears out of thin air, clad in a loose-fitting robe. Its face is hidden behind a simple, unadorned mask. Shit, I should have brought Nenio for this.
Mortals are not meant to unveil the secrets of the universe and grasp the meaning of creation. But is it really so? The secrets of the universe will only be revealed to the most worthy of mortals. Prove yourself and be the first for whom all the secrets of the world are revealed. The heart of mystery is located west of here. Solve the puzzle and you will comprehend the forbidden knowledge.
A map of an area that looks vaguely like the world wound appears in the figure's hands. A single dot shines brightly on the map. Your map is obviously outdated. The translucent figure remains silent. Who are you?
Simple puzzle, simple solution. The heart of mystery is located west of here.
Who are you?
Comprehend the meaning of the creation for those mother of mortals. Woo!
The translucent figure vanishes into thin air. Oh, door. Horse barding! Wow, that was nothing.
Longer, I wonder.
That was actually nothing.
Follow me.
Yeah, it's just, I get what it's trying to do, but like actually, let me take a look at this real quick. Let's everyone else sit here for a second.
Don't know.
Alexander, please come back. Okay, so let's take a look at what this puzzle is supposed to be, right?
Aside.
So you're supposed to do some kind of... Oh, I understand the puzzle now. Okay. So what it is these two here, this matches up with that, this matches up with this one. Over here, this matches up with that, this matches up with this one. So these two are supposed to match there, these two are supposed to match there, and then you have to figure out what fills in the rest of the spots based on that. Oh. Yeah, well, no, it's not a mirror image. Like, this is... It's moved... It's the same symbol, but it's moved separately. This one's over here. So basically, you just have to have it skip across the center. This one takes that spot. Okay, I see how to solve it now. I don't know how you're supposed to figure that out, though. Like, what I would have assumed is this is supposed to match up with that one, and then you domino it. So, like, this has to match that one, this has to match up that one, like it does here. Like, I assumed that was the puzzle, and these are the starting positions, but... Okay. Yeah, that's true. I do have a bunch more to go.
Make way.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Now I know how to do the puzzle, though, so it becomes easy. Yeah! That one I was totally following the solution for, but the other ones I won't have to. Hopefully. Alright, next up is... probably just take a... What is it? Oh, go to the Heart of Mystery. Take a quick stop at camp just so Camellia is not literally dying. Yep, there's the event. Yeah, fair enough. It's just like, solve all the puzzles, it seems like. Solve the secret puzzles that show up in the game. Commander, we've got a suspicious lad on the road. He says he's an ally, and he's desperate to talk to you. Who knows who he really is? The young man before you is trembling from his wounds and exhaustion. His boots are in tatters, and if he had any weapons or armor, he shed them along the way. His clothes are torn, and his hair is wet, like he recently swam across a river. Blood oozes from the wounds on his chest and shoulders, and his skin is cracked and inflamed from the acrid water of the world wound.
Commander!
The man breathes heavily, and the words emerge as a whisper from his dry throat.
My squad! Ambushed! Beyond the river! Help!
What is this? Report properly at once!
Yes, Commander!
Grinding his teeth in pain, the man snaps to attention, deliberately calms his breathing, and begins again. Yeka and Kel, Hell Knight to the Order of the God Claw under the command of Paralictor Regil Dareng. Our squad is under attack by demons far surpassing our number. Without your assistance, we are lost.
Hell Knights!
They supported the Crusaders more than once in our battle against the demons, despite their, Earbeth cringes, questionable reputation. We cannot abandon our allies in trouble. If they really are our allies, then of course, it's just... And Evia looks at Yeager over closely from head to toe. I kind of think this isn't a knight at all. The real Hound Knight would be skinned alive for losing his infamous black armor. What we see here is a stranger without rank or insignia who wants us to march to God knows where. Kind of smells like a trap to me. The God Claw, you say? Well, let's put it to the test. Tell me, to whom do you pray and what is your creed? We worship Abadar, Asmodeus, Iomade, Aurori, and Torag, taking the best from each in their teachings. Our creed is righteousness by obedience. The young man answers without hesitation. It looks like he is indeed who he claims to be. It's funny because I am also a follower of the God Claw. Yeah! Yeager, who's attacking you? Why can't you handle them on your own? Large creatures that attack from the air. Some are fighters, others are, I guess, clerics with dangerous divine magic. They look like stone come to life. I'm almost certain they're gargoyles. They fell upon us from the sky while we were setting up camp at our most vulnerable. They caught our forces at partial strength. The Paralictor had dispatched some of our troops as scouting teams. The flying beasts didn't fight us. They just fell on us from the sky, grabbed our fighters, and either took them somewhere or threw them to their deaths. We were unprepared for that. Where's your squad now? Not far from here, beyond the river. It's not far for a single fighter who abandoned his armor and weapons. But we can't get across the river so easily. We'll have to take a detour. Even if we can save anyone, I will seriously delay our offensive on Dresden to give the enemy a chance to prepare. Give me one reason why we should help you. Yeager looks at you amazed. The Hell Knights are the former allies of the Crusaders. After a pause, he adds, I cannot make promises on behalf of my command, but under the circumstances, you must be able to convince our Paralictor to join your army. Hell Knights in our army? That's just what we need. What do my companions think? Your companions look at their guests suspiciously. Hell Knights. With allies like them, we've no need for enemies. If it suited them, they'd abandon us to the demons without a second thought. But we're not like them, are we? We have to save them. Looks like a trap to me. But even if he isn't lying, Dresden is our goal. If our offensive is delayed, we won't get another chance to retake the city. The Hell Knights are heartless executioners. Saving people from the claws of demons is a good cause in itself, but these people are doing everything they can to become just like the devils. Shall forgive me, but I fear we should leave the Hell Knights to their fate and continue our offensive on Dresden.
Do you recall Prelate Harlan? Well, picture an entire army of soldiers just like him. Do we need allies like that? If they die, I shan't shed a tear.
Just for that, you're coming on the trip. We should help them, but only if they join our forces in return. We could use some fresh blood. Camellia, what do you mean by that? Do you mean in the normal way, or not? Camellia? Hell Knights? No, not for all the gold in the world. Don't you know what kind of people they are? One minute you're just going about your business, the next you're locked in the stocks and there's a butcher in black armor standing in front of you. I don't know who these knights are, but there are people suffering out there, then of course we have to help. It's what we came here to do, isn't it? The crow on her shoulder croaks resolutely, supporting her words. What? Nenio blinks a few times, baffled. This question has no scientific significance. What's interesting is how the water in the river poisoned by the world wound will affect this boy. With your permission, I'd like to examine him, or his corpse, in a few days' time. We'll take the risk and try to help them. Thank you, Commander. Our forces are here. The knight points out a location on your map. The situation is critical. Please, send your reinforcements as soon as possible. I will go ahead and meet you there. Excellent. Now, let's see. What can we throw in here? Nothing. Momentum. That can go in here. Tyranny of Mind can also go in there. Hide Barding +2 should probably go on Mr. Fred. Blood Clarity. Whenever the wearer of this cloak resistance +2 lands a killing blow, they gain immunity to mind-affecting conditions for 3 rounds. That's pretty good. Cloak resistance +1. Counterfeit jewelry. Okay. Put that in the box. A letter to a noble crusader. I hope this letter finds you in good health, Sir William. I see now, with great sadness, that you've quite forgotten and abandoned us. It's been 3 years since you visited your native lands, and your father at your family crypt. Last summer, some passers-by broke the lock in it, and I spent the night inside. As steward, I installed a new lock and cleaned all the wreckage. Your servant who went missing, whom you inquired after in your previous letter, has indeed been seen, but at present his precise whereabouts are unknown. He came to us, looked at us with contempt, said nothing through his teeth, gathered taxes for you, ate a whole goose for free at the tavern, jumped on his horse, and galloped off. If he went missing somewhere on the road, we wouldn't know anything about it. It's been a complete disaster here, even without missing strangers to account for. 7 days ago, all cows gave black milk, and the milkman, who tasted it out of drunken stupidity, died in the pain of twisted bowels. There's something wrong with the spring. The water stinks of rotten eggs, and the cattle won't drink it. Besides, some scoundrel threw some dead dogs into the closest well, the one on the crossroads, so we filled it with soil. I expect the demons are giving us trouble any way they can. Our cattle are dying of thirst. Children are going missing in your protected forest. The woodcutters saw some scarecrows which they swore were alive. They spoke of angry faces and bared teeth. They were afraid to get close and watch them from afar. Frightening things are going on in the woods. I fear that witches and demons have settled in your protected forest to do their wicked mischief. They are probably the ones who picked the bones of your servant who's gone missing. If you ask us, as if you suspect us of being involved, as if we could kill and rob an honest man. It's upsetting, Sir William. We never touched your servant, and if we did, he was a wretched man, smug and nasty. We have no food or water, and our children are going missing. Instead of serving your Lady Galfrey, you should be home defending us and bringing us food. You have some gold, lord that you are. There is no one to protect us besides you. The city lads only come to find new recruits and take our gold. They don't have the authority to do anything more. And the send-off we give our lads and lasses they take, the whole village comes to say farewell, just like it's a funeral. None of them have returned home to the village yet. We're dying. So I'll tell you the honest truth, Sir William. We cannot live like that anymore, but we cannot die in such terrible conditions either. So we agreed with our neighbors to burn down your forest on the next new moon, your protected forest where the dark beasts live. We'll surround it, set it on fire from all sides, and hire a wizard to steer the wind. We won't be put off just because the forest is protected or because no one may shoot game there or enter therein, or cut down its trees. Of course you'll be very angry at us for burning down your family forest, because we've already been cutting its wood and shooting game there, for there is nothing else to eat and no other wood. We wouldn't let the forest be still our children. If you wish, come and execute me. Execute all of us. But we won't put up with this anymore. That's that. Respectfully, the steward of Vixola village, to Lord Sir William. Elven notes and moss potage. I already have this recipe, though. Alright, let's get out of here. First off, gotta sell some junk. Oh, it's Ember and the Crusader. Sell this. Sell that. How you doing, Ember and the Crusader? Hey, little one, can you do magic? The old silver-haired fighter sizes Ember up, skeptical, apparently baffled to find such a young girl in the middle of the war. He's cradling his wounded arm, which has been hastily bandaged. Can you heal me?
Yes.
Of course. Ember whispers a spell and touches the bloody bandages. Thank you, that's so much better. The soldier rips off the blood-caked rags and strokes the healthy skin underneath them. How old are you? You're only a child. I have a granddaughter at home, just like you. Oh, little girl, how did you end up here? What are you doing here in the thick of it with us? Ember gives him a light-hearted smile. I'm just like you. I came to the thick so that the thick wouldn't come to the other kids, like your granddaughter. Well, I'll be. So little and yet more courage than some officers. The old man rubs his rough hand over her hair, and she smiles at him again. The crow on her shoulder rubs its head on his hand like a cat. Talking to you takes a load off my mind. I reckon it's not just my arm you healed. The soldier leaves, shaking his head pensively. Ember waves happily, then turns around and notices you. Hi! Do they often come to you for help like this? Ember shrugs. Demons keep hurting them. I keep healing them. But you know, it's surprising. So many soldiers come to me. They say I bring them comfort, that I give them strength. But I don't do anything like that at all. I only talk to them nicely. I'm just a feather-brained little girl. What if something I say is wrong? Maybe I should keep quiet. But I can tell that my words make them feel better. I guess I'm confused. Your words really help heal. Well, not everyone deserves help. Don't waste your powers on the unworthy. But how can you tell who's worthy of what? What they're worthy of? Or me? How can I judge others if I don't even know about myself?
Now what?
Camelia's still almost dead, right? Yeah.
How much longer, I wonder?
How you doing, Socio? Thanks for talking. Bye. There's Darren. Mr. Fred.
Or don't.
Alright, I'll take another nap real quick, and then we'll head off towards the Hellnuts to see if I can help them out.
A hedgehog has spikes to protect its soft underbelly. What about you? Come on. You can admit it. You lash out at anyone who gets too close because you're afraid of intimacy, right?
My carefully crafted facade lies in tatters. You have unmasked me. I am tormented by my comfortable, luxurious golden solitude. Incidentally, comparing me to a hedgehog was rather charming. From now on, you can call me that if you like.
I can't tell if he's hitting on her or not. I legitimately can't tell if that was him hitting on her or just, like, making fun of her. It could go either way. Yeah. Huh. Okay, that's pretty funny. Good to know. Alrighty. Next up, we are gonna go to... I guess go help the Hell Knights. Glad I cleared out the way.
We will win this war.
Which is the way down again? It's over here. Looks like the Hell Knight continued to fight the gargoyle even from the air. They both fell to the rocks and perished. Sup, bruh? Commander, come here quickly! From the mountain, you see a raided camp and two groups of warriors. One wearing white and yellow armor, the other in black. They are led by a tall man in white priest's robes. Some of the warriors glance about fretfully, their weapons shaking in their hands. You hear the screams of gargoyles from above. The beasts are approaching the camp.
Quickly, evacuate the wounded. The beasts are about to strike again. Use cloaks as stretchers. We've got to make it through. Paralictor, your people will have to cover us while...
2 more minutes left out in the open, and neither you nor I will have any troops left to order about, Crusader.
But the wounded...
The one called
Retreat to shelter.
The one called Paralictor makes a barely noticeable gesture, and the swords of his troops execute the wounded. If the man in white has anything further to add, his words are drowned out by the shrieks of gargoyles as they fall from the sky. Paralictor will lead the unit to shelter. We need to get through to them.
Heads roll!
I'll cut you wide open.
You guys need to chill.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
The light take you!
I'll split you in half!
Cover me, all right?
Alright, let's slumber you. Nice.
The spirits demand your blood.
You won't survive me.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Nice. And finally, coup de grace. That's going to let one of the sneak attackers do it. There we go. Much better. Before I forget, actually.
You're
now
a good
you
person.
are gonna
I
mage
like
armor
you.
yourself
Yes.
and Woljif.
Yes.
And that lasts for 24 hours, so we're good there. And away we go.
How much longer, I wonder?
How much longer indeed?
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Nice. That's what I like to see. I'll have you go after these ones.
You are today's sacrifice.
Ah, that's where they are. Let's delay till after the gargoyles. Ow. Rude.
The light take you.
I don't like you!
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Endure this!
Nice miss. Saved. Damn it. What's this? +6? Okay. So just made it.
Go for their hearts.
No glory without
Out of
rest.
my way!
Really?
Distract them from me.
Really, guys? For real?
Make every strike count.
And stab.
Wide open.
Let's move you over here and get ready to coup de grace. And down.
Follow me! Or don't.
Excellent. The sight before you is at once macabre and picturesque. A lifeless couple, a man and a woman dressed in white and yellow priest's robes, lie on the ground surrounded by the bodies of dead gargoyles. They are tangled in death. The claws of the monsters are tearing at the human's clothes, and the largest gargoyle's talon has pierced the man's chest and punctured his heart. But before they died, he or his companion defeated the enemy. Suddenly, the woman opens her eyes. She doesn't look at you, but stares up at the whirlwound's horrific red and black sky. Her pale lips open and she exhales abruptly.
The sun will never rise again. Even the sky here is cursed, and we along with it.
Yeager, walking in the front, steps over the man's body without looking, but turns around to the side of the woman's voice.
Lament heavy and faithful break too easily.
All people are easily broken. The knights in pale armor help each other through the horror. The knights in black only break each other and everyone around them. Step over the woman and walk away.
Let's hurry. Their gargoyles can return at any moment.
Well, there she goes. Loot for me!
They will break against our resolve.
More gargoyles. Gargoyles. I'm gonna delay for a minute there, I think.
The spirits demand your blood!
I'll split you in half! Smear them!
We got Gargoyle Cleric, which is the one I actually want to get rid of, I think. Shit! Actually made the save.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Time to share your treasures!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
You are today's sacrifice!
Come on. Come on. Give me something.
I don't like you.
Give me something to work with here. 19!
This is not my time. This was unexpected.
Take you!
Cover me, alright?
Go for their hearts!
Oh yeah, I forgot these gargoyles love to use Bone Shaker. Just absolutely love Bone Shaker. There's one.
Into the fray!
Stab you or zap you. Why not both?
There we go.
I'll split you in half.
More gargoyles, great. $16. Made the save. Nice.
No glory without risk!
Distract them from me. Tactical retreat! No?
I'll cut you wide open!
Smear them.
Serious? Just don't roll.
I can't die now. I'm not nearly rich enough.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Time to share your treasures. It's all your fault.
The spirits demand
There
your
we
blood.
go.
I don't like you.
There we go. Made its AC save again. Jesus Christ.
The light, take you!
You are today's sacrifice!
Out of my way.
There we go. Okay, let's reduce this one's saving throw. Made it as expected.
No glory without risk!
Go for their hearts!
Okay, let's reduce its AC. Nice. Fucking hate that.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
They just love doing that guaranteed damage
I'll cut
shit.
you wide open!
I'll split you in half!
Surrender, or else!
Into the fray!
There.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Let's see. So in the chapel, what's it telling you to feel? I bet the evil hunger off suspected swarm. Maybe the only thing I know you have to do definitely is you have to get Xanthur's notes, and then you also have to get the swarm into Dresden with you by using the goop.
I am helpful, am I not?
Muscle warmer. Magic barding. What if they just threw in a whole bunch of extra barding because people want to play with the horse? Even after the attack, the Hell Knights are all... The tents of the Hell Knight camp are lined up neatly, looking like they're ready for a parade.
You can trust me.
The mongrel did it.
Demonic energy has polluted the earth, creating tumors filled with poison. Okay, nothing else around here, right? Okay. Time to heal up a bit. How many healing potions do I even have? I don't think I have many. Okay, I got some cure lights. Okay, there we go. Yeah, right. I mean, it's... Every time she said, trust me, I trust her a little less. Yeah, same. But what are you going to do, really? Let's see. Hate when she stunned you. Channel... Yeah, it's just such an annoying ability to deal with because it's basically guaranteed damage every time. And it's just, it doesn't feel good to have to deal with it. Like, you just sit there and you let yourself very slowly die every time it hits you.
I will help.
Okay, Sela, you're going to cast a spell on yourself too. Blessed weapon.
I heed the voice
Camellia,
of the spirits.
you're going to cast... let's give this to you two. Okay, this will go to Lan.
Doubt is the heart's
Ember.
greatest challenge.
People are already mage armored up, so that's really all I got there. I could heroism. Let's get the other one to Lan. Roll Jif.
Don't mind me.
That should do the trick. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm already immune to it as is. because I'm a what's the word? Dampier. I'm a Dampier, so I think I am already immune to it, actually. But just everyone else being immune to it is what I'd like. Yes, thank you, Dampier. Anyway, let's go, shall we?
Knight Commander, I presume. Your glory precedes you. I am Redoubt de Reg, Paralictor of the Order of the Godclaw, and temporary officer of the joint unit of Hell Knights and the Order of the Sunrise Sword. You and your people should take positions. The gargoyles are regrouping. We expect they will attempt to break through in 5 to 6 minutes.
A joint unit?
Forcibly joint. The leader of the Order of the Sunrise Sword was unable to get to safety, which is not surprising, considering his, shall we say, excessive scrupulousness and sluggishness. Given the extreme situation, I took command of his people.
Just great. Paladins and Hell Knights all in the one troop. It's like catching the plague and the pox at the same time.
It's supposed to be good when different people unite. We're here for a common cause. But it still gives me the creeps for some reason. Hell Knights shouldn't be allowed to get their claws into our paladins. It's wrong.
I saw you ordered your own wounded to be finished off.
Indeed. The gargoyles were clearly trying to capture as many prisoners as they could. I don't know the reason behind these abductions, but I'm not about to give the enemy what they want. That is why all my people were ordered not to be taken alive. And as for the wounded, we didn't have time to get them to safety anyway.
I don't know why he's so quiet.
Can you hear yourself? For the sake of principle, in order not to give the enemy what they want, you killed your own wounded. Helpless subordinates. Why does anyone still follow you?
Because we are Hell Knights. We know our duty.
Only someone who's never been responsible for the lives of others could feel any outrage at this decision. The wounded couldn't be saved. What good would it do to anyone if the rest perished along with them?
I like how Lan's actually the one who's on Regel's side for this one. Like, Lan's generally lawful good, but also like, yeah, no, that wasn't gonna work. Let's get rid of the gargoyles, then we'll talk.
Agreed. Be ready, Commander. This attack may be worse than the last one.
Oh, it will be. I don't worry, I'm fully aware.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Smite good, huh?
The spirits demand your blood!
Thanks for the miss, Camellia.
No glory without risk.
Cover me, all right?
Nice job. Nice job, Woljeff. Sick, Nat 1.
You won't survive me.
And
smear them.
Nice hits. Great job. Big fan of those Nat 1s. Let's move you over here so you're nowhere near those guys. Whoop.
You are today's sacrifice!
Nice job, Camellia. There we go.
Thank you.
There it goes.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
A nat 1 on that one too? God damn it.
Endure this.
Oh, where are they? Behind us.
I don't like you.
Alright, let's... Cleric. 14! Come on! Oh, great. Attacking Ember. Sick.
Go for their hearts!
have you hit anything so far?
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Distract them from me.
There, that one's dead. Oh, geez, 3 smite goods on her? Christ. They really just want Ember dead, huh? I just want this. Oh my God. I hit on a 4 and I missed. $13. Looks like they're trying to do way more than burn her. They're trying to, like, turn her into a shish kebab or something.
I'll cut you wide open.
No glory without risk.
Time to share your treasures.
Yeah, Flay the Witch is probably more accurate. Hey, Dawn Patrols. Need advice. Level 6 Scythe Heavy Armor Fighter is doing really good, but what should I shift him into a new class, and what class? If it's doing good, then why would you need to shift the class specifically? Like, is there anything you want out of him to be able to do in particular? Or, like, what's the nature of your build question there, exactly? Like, what do you want your fighter to do, is what I should be asking here. Like, do you want them to go heavy into something? Do you want to go casting? Do you want to go, like, some boosts or what have you?
You crossed the wrong mountain. I'll split
Oh my God.
in half.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to shift unless there's something specifically you want out of it. Max tank DPS. Okay, Well, specifically if you're using a scythe, I was thinking, like, you might want to take a look at maybe one of the prestige classes. I don't think... Let me take a look here. What prestige classes are there in Wrath of the Righteous? Let's see. Prestige classes. We have... those are the basic classes. Arcane Trickster, Assassin, Stalwart Defender? Eldritch Knight, Duelist, Hell Knight, Dragon Disciple. Sword Lord, Student of War, Hell Knight Signifier, Lore Master, Winter Witch. So let's see, Student of War is, right, this gives you the bonuses from knowing the targets, knowledge checks. Okay, so he's a two-handed fighter archetype. Got it. So one thing you... Oh, you know, that's fine. It's an interesting thought, so I might as well take a look here. Let's see. Defensive or shield focused or one hand into his crit and armor and armored. Yeah, so that's how the tank builds go. Unless you want to get some magic on there, so you get like a shield spell or mage armor, archmage armor, or you want to wear a buckler. One thing you could, if you want to go more tanky though, one thing you could theoretically look into is Stalwart Defender. 10 level prestige class, requirements are dodge, toughness, and BAB 7. And what you would get out of that is Defensive Stance. Defensive Stance gives you a +2 bonus on melee attack rolls, and in addition, you get a +2 bonus on dodge, and +2 dodge bonus to AC, and 2 temporary hit points per hit dice while you're in this defensive stance. You also get some defensive powers, I'm not really sure what those are, and some damage reduction, along with a couple other things. So that may be something to look at if you want to go for more of a tanky build without focusing on that. Otherwise, Barbarian is probably a good pick. I would say go with Invulnerable Rager, because you're going to want as much DR as possible if you're not like building high AC. Invulnerable Rager will give you more health, more damage, and higher, just reduce your damage that you're taking. Although you will not be able to wear armor while doing it, so that's one downside. So heavy armor is not going to function. In that case, I would say look at Stalwart Defender. Yeah, there's that, but you're also gonna, you can wear armor? I thought you lose, no, you lose fast movement when you're Barbarian. Well, it depends on what your current level is. I would say if you're doing the Barbarian, probably take Invulnerable Rager Barbarian up to like whatever level caps it out at, honestly. Because you're going to want as much DR as possible, and Invulnerable Rager gets DR every 2 levels. Yeah, just every 2 levels you get damage reduction, which replaces Uncanny Dodge. You get 6 plus 1 DR every 2 levels. Yeah. Oh, and also, if you do that, you'll be able to take unlimited rage. So you pick up some rage powers that function as long as you're raging and just keep going. That's probably the 2 options you want to go to. Okay, yeah. Well, again, for the two-handed fighter, basically just go as long as you need, and then in Barbarian, just go as long as you want. For two-handed fighter, I'd say at least hit level 5, so you get weapon training with your scythe, and then after that point, do whatever. Like, you can either stick with more levels of Barbarian or fighter or whatnot. Okay, now, for Ember, speaking of which, I need to get her so she's not being stuck by these things. That one is not going to get hit. That one's saved. Great.
Continue.
God, those things just really wanted Ember for whatever reason.
The spirits demand your blood.
Camellia!
The light take you.
Cover me, all right?
What are these rolls?
Oh, damn it.
God damn it, now I'm down.
You won't survive me.
I can't hit for shit, but the enemies can hit me perfectly fine.
It's all your fault.
You are today's sacrifice.
Thank you for actually hitting for once.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Endure this.
Lan! 2 2s.
Go for their hearts.
I can't roll above a 10 consistently, and the enemies can roll 15s consistently.
Into the fray.
Look at those! Look at those!
Make every
There.
strike count.
I'll cut you wide open.
Thank God that actually worked. Oh my God, there's more!
No glory without risk.
Well, Camellia's been smite-gooded. Wow, they're all just running right past him. Two clerics.
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
Yeah, it's real convenient, isn't it? Just wish fucking I could hit. I'm pretty sure...
So this is how it feels.
No, but...
You won't survive me.
There we go. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Lan. Oh my god, are you fucking...
I've survived worse.
Into the fray!
Endure this!
Sela's off. Yeah, okay. This is done. Oh my god, why can't anyone roll well? This fight would have been done already if people would not just roll 2s most of the time. You know what? You know what mod there needs to be? There needs to be a dice bullshit caller out mod. Just to have a nice mod which just tracks dice rolls and says, this is your percentiles, and just shows you the curve. Just give me that as a mod so I can actually either tell the game to fuck off with this bullshit or go, okay, fine, fair enough.
Knight Commander, I presume. Force.
Just... It's supposed to be good when different people unite.
Because only someone who agrees.
They will break against our resolve.
Oh, they have... Okay, good. I need that mod.
I'll cut you wide open.
Cover me, all right?
Well, I'm just gonna do this.
Surrender, or else!
Oh, if you can, let me know. I'd love to see it. Well, Ember is now down.
Did you see that?
Well, there he goes. Good old Sela. I was gonna have her do this.
This is not my time. This was unexpected.
There, jeez. Come on, Sela, do it! Do it, Sela, do it! Sela, did you not just fucking smite it? Okay, it's dead. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. If the dice rolls aren't rigged, then I will be shocked. It really feels like they're rigged. Yeah, exactly. They may not actually be rigged, but boy does it feel like it.
This is my kind of work.
Loot. The skeleton of a man wearing armor from the time of the First Crusade. It's holding the skeleton of a child with strange proportions. An animal paws instead of its right arm and leg. Mongrel. You motherfucker! That's pretty good. That's pretty good, though. I appreciate that. Okay, there's Redoubt. How you doing? My land did not roll more than 11 since I got him. Yeah, I remember people complaining about that during the first beta, where there may have actually been a bug where land couldn't roll above like a 10. It's land, not law. Let's see. Redoubt gracefully stows his weapon and places his hands behind his back. You two, check the area. Mark any potential shelters that offer protection against aerial attacks. Quartermaster, inventory the remnants of the camp. I want to make sure that the gargoyles only abducted people and weren't interested in anything else. Send messengers immediately to our scout squads and order them to return to camp. I need a full list of casualties. The sooner the better. He turns to you and nods slightly. Commander, your arrival was well timed. Now we can finally talk. I'm quite interested in the events that occurred at the Grey Garrison, and I suppose you have questions for me as well. What do you want to know about what happened at the Grey Garrison? Any shift in the balance of power during the war has a direct impact on my mission. If a new player appears who is capable of fighting demons effectively, then I am ready to support that person with all the resources I have at my disposal. Redoubt speaks pensively, as if talking to himself. But naturally, I cannot blindly trust a stranger, even one marked by the gods. I don't care if you believe me or not. Redoubt seems entirely unoffended by the harshness of your response. A perfectly reasonable position, and you are well within your rights. Although, if I were you, I wouldn't chase out potential allies so quickly. Is there anything you'd like to know before we move on to more serious issues? What does Paralictor mean? I'm the commander of this unit, and in the Order's hierarchy, I'm 2 steps lower than its leader. In the territory of Mendev and the Worldwound, there are few who equal my rank, but I'm the most senior Hell Knight officer for many leagues around. What are the Hell Knights doing here within the borders of the Worldwound? The same as you and your army, fighting a war against the demons. The Hell Knights have always been a part of the Crusades from the very beginning. We don't answer to Queen Galfrine, we act on our own authority, but we serve a common cause. The Scary spawn have no place in the world we want to build. Redoubt barks out the final words. What are you going to do now after the gargoyle attack? I will wait for my remaining fighters to return. What you see here is only a small part of my forces. As for my long-term plans, that depends on the results of our conversation, Commander. Redoubt narrows his eyes. Before we move on to more serious subjects, I'd like to address an organizational issue regarding my unit. You may wish to be present. The Acre steps forward and salutes with a clenched fist to his chest. Paralictor, permission to report. During the first gargoyle attack, I determined it was necessary to leave my post. I swam over the river, found the commander's army, and asked them to provide assistance. Redoubt nods. The reinforcements were very much needed. You will earn a double salary for your resourcefulness, Yanka, and 100 lashes for abandoning your post. The young knight grows a little pale, but immediately salutes again. Yes, Paralictor. I'm doing alright, Cap Drago. How about yourself? Don't forget he abandoned his armor. You may be right. Redoubt doesn't take his eyes off the young knight, searching for signs of weakness. Another 10 lashes for improper treatment of Order property. Yes, Paralictor. This time Yicker doesn't grow pale, but only salutes and clenches his teeth. Are these guys made of stone or what? They seem creepy, but I kind of like them. Lan, do you want to become a Hell Knight? Because that would actually be kind of cool. Actually, can I get Lan as a Hell Knight? I might be able to. I'll have to see how that works, because I might be able to get him in as a probably regular Hell Knight. No, he doesn't have IV armor proficiency, does he? Maybe a Signifier? No, but he doesn't have casting. Oh, well, I'll take a look. Certain Cat better be counting his blessings right now. Oh, yeah? You hunting down the old Wendu? Also, I took a character out for a spin earlier. The cat's good. Your character needs a little bit of tweaking, which I'll have to do, I think. Oh, someone else's. Got it. Some people have a penchant for whips, but I never thought you'd be one of them. Hasn't nature punished you enough? Everything is so strange. They march in columns through the thicket, even though there's regular smooth road nearby. Don't even figure out how their minds work. Don't make yourself crazy, although I suppose it's a little late for you. Redoubt, who's watched you closest throughout the entire conversation, nods to himself. Now, for a most delicate issue. You, Commander, were interested in our dispute for the Knights of the Order of the Sunrise Sword, correct? Their forces in Canabra suffered great losses in the demon attack, and now their leader has perished, and his troops are in trouble. They are reeling with no command structure. Their order will hardly be able to recover from the losses they suffered. What are you getting at? These fighters aren't the finest material I've worked with, but if I assume formal command over them, I'll be able to reforge them into weapons of reasonable quality. One or two might even become true Hell Knights. The rest will be put to good use as well. Do you really think these people will follow you, after how you treated them? Though not the best, they are still warriors and knights. They know what discipline is, and that victory in war doesn't come without cost. Any among them who still haven't realized they aren't worth my time and effort. Well, what does this have to do with me? A spark flashes in Redoubt's pale eyes. I suppose, Commander, that for leagues around, from Canabra to Dresden and from Dresden to the cursed city of Iz at the heart of the world room, all of this pertains to you in one way or another. You are the catalyst that shifted an age-old balance of power, whether you meant to or not. Your own future and much more depends on the decisions you make here and now, even the ones that seem insignificant. I'll support you and recommend that the Knights of the Sunrise Sword fall in under your command, but I'll expect your support in return, Paralictor. I will gladly give my support to one who can effectively fight the demons. And now let's turn to our orphans. Redoubt looks at the warriors in white and yellow, shifting cheerlessly from one foot to the other. Initiates of the Sunrise Sword, your leader is dead. The Order has suffered serious losses, and you will not be able to recover. You may return to Mendiv to join another Crusader Order, and hope that they don't meet the same fate as the Sunrise Sword. Or, you may remain under my command, and I will not promise this will be easy, or that our war-making will be constructed by your principles. What I can promise is this. Under my command, you will never again feel like helpless mice in the talons of a ravenous raptor. No worries. Camellia scoffs. He's used to people following his orders. And then again, these sniveling cowards are used to humiliating treatment. They won't even consider testing him a little. What would you do in their position? Challenge the gnome in black to a duel and make him prove himself worthy of command? I would never end up in their position. Does that mean we've worked off the precious resources you spent on us? The water, medicine, and bandages? Yells one of the knights in white and yellow. I wouldn't make such an offer if I thought you were all useless garbage. The initiates of the Sunrise Sword consult with each other for a time, and then one of them, a young woman in knight's armor, steps forward. Thank you for your trust, Paralictor. We will stay and are ready to obey your orders. Fine. In due course, I will review your troops and make any necessary decisions regarding your role in my unit. Redoubt turns to you. And now, Commander, for the most important issue, cooperation between our forces. We do have a common enemy and a common battlefield. You're looking at me strangely, Paralictor. When we discussed Yeager's punishment and we were deciding the fate of the Sunrise Sword, it's as if you're testing me. Redoubt lowers his head in a gesture that might be read as respectful. I do not believe I made any unusual attempt to conceal my interest in you, both as a new, strong leader in the region and as the bearer of a highly unusual power. Of course, I'd like to know what's inside your head. One could say it's my duty. My army and I are going to help free the city from demons. You can join us if you want. Redoubt rubs his chin pensively. Dresden, an ambitious goal, but most reasonable. Imagine how such a victory would rally all the separate bands of today's Crusaders under one banner, and we certainly need a base of operations inside the World Wound. I stand ready to support you. Moreover, I can accompany you in your campaign. However, I would remind you that Hell Knights are outside of Mendev's jurisdiction. My unit and I will join your forces and obey your orders, but only for as long as I deem that our goals coincide. I like his eyes. They're still bright. Neither the darkness nor the paleness have taken them. For now. Hell no, we don't need the likes of these black-armored statues. I don't want to fight side by side with someone who will slit my throat if I'm weak and wounded. You can't defeat one evil by inviting an equal but slightly more organized evil into your ranks. Slightly more organized than the demons? I could consider that an insult. I've never dealt with Hell Knights before, but from what we've seen, they're serious fighters. That's just what we need. Just think about how that armor will look in the paintings they'll make about our battles. It's a deal. Yes, Commander. My forces and Redoubt are at your disposal. You can go back to camp by yourself.